Hello, and welcome back to another episode of Critical Reactions with your host, Bryan. It is Saturday. We're going to be doing an album reaction. Listen to the whole album, hit pause a few times, talk about what we've heard, and try to wrap it all up at the end and understand the album as a whole. We're going to be checking out Epica's Design Your Universe today. No point in waiting any further. Let's dive straight into this with the opening track, Samadhi. This is only a 1-minute prelude, so we'll run it into the second track, Resign to Surrender. A New Age Dawns, Part 4. Actually, we gotta talk about this real quick. This is really weird stuff. So, the second track is called A New Age Dawns, Part 4. This album also has Part 5 and Part 6. Where's 1 to 3? So I went and looked, and they're on a different album, but not the previous one. It was actually from 2 albums ago. But this isn't a concept album. So I'm curious what the whole New Age Dawns sextology is. Is that its own mini concept album that you got to piece together from separate albums? And then I found out there was another, I don't remember the name of it, but it was like parts 4 through 6 of this other thing on their debut album. And they don't have an EP that predates that album either. So I was wondering, where are parts 1 to 3 of that one? And come to find out, they were from a different band. So the guitarist, I think, before doing Epica, was in a band called After Forever, which I've talked about before. They were my introduction to symphonic metal back in high school. I listened to the Invisible Circles album way too many times. But apparently, the guitarist, Epica is kind of like another half to After Forever. So much so that even continued ideas musically from that band into Epica. Yeah, just a lot of really interesting things going along with song titles and song connections and band connections and album connections. Like, I don't know. I went into a whirlwind just trying to figure out if this was a concept album, and I went down this huge rabbit hole for Epica. Interesting stuff. All right, so now let's dive into Samadhi, and then as well Resign to Surrender. Very soundtrack-like, but I'm really digging a lot of the layers they have going on in here. Yeah, really nice tonal shift there. Yeah, very cool. Really utilizing both the musical and classical instrumentation in ways that feel best suited to the sounds. A lot of riding on that pedal note. Interesting doubling up of the growl. Yeah, I like that line. I like how they move to the pretty typical guitar chords in the chorus, but we have this really nice violin line off on the side. Interesting production on the drums there. Maybe it's just the drums in general, they're very overtuned. Yeah, so there's actually a melody under that rather than just riffs. Interesting. Like how most bands would split their guitars, they split the two leads.
we're stunting our growth. Once we get rid of this ballast, we'll be able to restore the balance and distribute our wealth.
Yeah. Yeah. Very cool. I only took one note. I dedicated a lot of this to my mind with this one, just because it does so many things right. What's really interesting, I want to point out real quick, is just how much this reminds me of After Forever. I know it has the same composer behind it. Mark is also the male vocalist, I think, so that's going to be another aspect that ties together, but it really doesn't feel like much changed. Um, Even the vocals here, I think the After Forever album I mentioned, Invisible Circles, had Floriansen on vocals, who is now very well known for Nightwish. But this vocalist isn't that far different from what I remember. Granted, it's been like almost 20 years since I've listened to that album, so I'm going off a hazy memory right now, but what I remember is pretty close to this. And it's probably because they're both semi-orchestral or semi-operatic vocal styles. They are more forward placed than most operatic vocals, but it's not full on pop vocals either. It's somewhere in the middle between operatic and forward placed. So probably that just keeps them feeling similar ish. But it is interesting how I'm picking up on just a ton of similarities between these two bands. So let's talk about some of those similarities, I guess. That makes sense to me. Anyways, sorry, I just punched the microphone. First of all, we have to talk about the instrumentation. It is symphonic metal, so we should expect an orchestra or orchestra light at least, and metal. I think that's pretty accurate. What's very cool here is that, unlike a lot of symphonic metal bands, we actually get a wide variety of orchestral instrumentation here. We have horns, we have strings. I am fully expecting some point to hear a woodwind section somewhere in this album. Nothing in the song really gives me a reason to expect that, but maybe it's just hope. I hope for it. I feel like there's some really cool lines that were given to the violins in this specific song that would sound phenomenal on flutes. And I mean, this was 2009, so geez, what was that, like 13 years ago? Um, I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that. I was like, maybe back then they just didn't think to use flutes in metal, but it's still not like it's a common day occurrence now, so times haven't really changed in that manner. Maybe I'm just thinking like it's earlier in the career, but they also had, Mark also did After Forever before this, so plenty of time to refine the craft. But I think this is their fourth album too, as Epica. So yeah, like I said, there's nothing in the song that really makes me think we're gonna hear a woodwind section. I want it. There's so many places I'm like, man, a woodwind line here would be phenomenal. Give me a glissando there. Give me, a flute part here just for the timbre. Just so many places. Because here's the deal. I mentioned at the beginning this is very good soundtrack music. And that's primarily because of what the orchestral element is doing. It's a lot of octave based stingers. Or, when they're not stingers, these moving, powerful lines. It's it's very epic. And I think that's the big thing that I'm pulling from it. And a lot of epicness, octaves are huge in epics. They just give a lot of strength of power, probably because they are the most stable note relationship because it's the same note, just twice as fast or half as fast, depending on how you want to look at it, wavelengths between the two notes. So on the orchestral side, there are some really cool ideas. I mentioned in the chorus, I like that the strings aren't just playing chords like everybody else are. They have an ostinato to lean into. There's some nice lines in here, but a lot of it leans into using the orchestra for power. And that's, I'm going to assume, is just this track, possibly. It is a track about taking power. Resign to surrender. Take action, right? Do not allow yourself to give in. Fight back. Fight back for the new age, possibly. The new age is dawning. It's been dawning for 4 parts now. It will continue to dawn for 2 more. Longest dawn we've ever had for a new age. Jokes aside, though, this is a song about, strength and power. So the music leaning into these octave hits is expected. I'm hoping to hear more diverse stuff coming out of the strings and horn section, the whole orchestral section, in the upcoming tracks. But I think for this specific song, assuming I have the right read on the general vibe of it based on the title, I think it's a good start. I am just a little underwhelmed with it so far, but like I said, it fits with what it needs to do here. If they continue with this trend throughout the album, I will be underwhelmed with the orchestral representation here. But it is better than most symphonic metal. We have listened to a lot of less popular or even just less experienced symphonic metal bands, and it's typically just metal with a violin section maybe doing chords with the band or underneath the guitar riffing. There's not really a symphonic element to it. There's just a string section, which kind of meets the definition of symphonic metal, but I'm always wanting a little bit more out of it. I'm not saying you have to bring the tropes of another genre when you use its instruments, but I am going to want a little bit more if you're going to bring in instruments from another genre. So that's something I'm just going to be looking forward to in this album, is how the strings and horns get used. On the other end of the spectrum, though, we have our metal instrumentation. And this was neat. First of all, there are plenty of sections where the orchestra does these nice stingers or lines that imply power. That would be very typical for what they would do to achieve the same sound in their orchestral setting. And then we have the guitars doing these really powerful riffs. And I like this because, like I had mentioned, occasionally, I haven't mentioned this specific thing in this video yet, not all of it. Sometimes the strings are used just as flourish, just as that extra texture, right? They do what the guitars are doing, you just get the violin sound out of it. We have checked out symphonic metal bands that are on the opposite side of the spectrum, where the guitars are drowned out by the symphonic component, where it almost feels like a string section and there's a guitar in there. Very well written classical music, but the metal component is now, undercooked. I really like that this gives the strengths of each style of instrument at the same time. The guitars have these powerful riffs, a simple 1-bar riff to repeat over and over. Maybe there's a punctuating idea at the end of a 4-bar phrase. While they're doing that, though, the strings have this nice, linear, powerful, octave-based idea. We have these very big moments from the horns where they'll come in with a really nice crescendo into their peak and then lean into that, get a little bit of that blasting, that natural compression that the horn section can bring out, and take it from there and start using some legato ideas to move into some other notes. Like, it's just really well written to each instrument or genre's strengths, and they don't compromise on that. The string instruments do what I expect them to do in classical settings. The electric guitars do what I expect them to do in metal settings. And there's just a really nice divide between the two of them. I'd even say there's a nice divide between the vocal representation. I do think there were a bit more metal elements here with the gritty, clean vocals and the growls being more predominantly used than our female clean vocals. But again, we're one song in, so there's not much I can really say there yet without jumping to conclusions way before the album's even really started. We have another 60 minutes of music ahead of us, so I don't want to jump to conclusions yet. The choir is a really nice addition, especially utilized the way it is outside the realms of our two vocalists. It really makes them feel like more of a musical choir that acts as a narrator. I don't know if that's actually what's going on. When we hit the lyrics, we'll figure it out. But I love their inclusion. Not, I mean, they don't always do the narrator bit, though. A lot of the time, our choir is represented without any other vocalizations going on. It feels separated from the rest of the vocals. But there is a moment at the end when the choir is pushed into the background a bit and kind of in place with the brass section um, as far as placement in the sound sphere, that makes them feel less in the spotlight like a narrator would be. So I'm really curious how all of that gets put together on this. But I love its inclusion. It is something that I think a lot of metal symphonic metal bands don't have. To me, it separates them, especially if they're going to utilize it through the whole album. And I understand why, because especially here, they are speaking words. I heard both English and presumably Latin from them, which means that it was a real choir, most likely, where strings, horns, basically a full orchestra can be emulated with sound libraries. I don't know how good they would have been back in 2009, but even nowadays, using modern tech, an orchestra is very easy to put into a song without recording one, whereas a choir singing specific syllables in order is not so much. If there is software that'll do that, it's expensive. Although we are getting to the point where Vocaloids exist, so I suppose singing words is not really a hurdle anymore. And it kind of hasn't been for a while. When did Hatsune Miku come out? Was that like a decade ago? Oh man, I'm feeling old. That was a long time ago though, wasn't it? I don't know. Time got weird in the last few years. It's like stretched and compressed in weird ways. Is there something else I wanted to talk about with this? Oh, the drumming. I really like a lot of the drum fills. In fact, I like a lot of the guitar patterns too. Um, Actually, we're gonna have to touch on that in a second as well. The drums are just a little overtuned for me. I think earlier I said they're very overtuned. Overspokes there. They're a little overtuned. They're a little too loud, I think, at times. Sometimes I barely noticed they were around, and other times I couldn't ignore them. I wonder how much of that has to do with layering. Maybe the drums are very well produced for heavily layered sections with both guitars, or guitars, bass, horns, vocals, strings. Maybe they work well there, but they don't get tuned down when we remove some of them. Because when there was that drum fill specifically, it was very in my face. It overshadowed the vocals that were going on at the moment. So that was one thing that I picked up on near the end that I was not too happy about. We'll see how that goes throughout the rest of the album. Like I said, it might just be a layering thing. Um, and then the guitar work. I like some of the riffs. I do. And there's that one really groovy metal thing we had for a moment, like a minute before the song was over. Really dug that. But a lot of the riffage, I said this in the Nightwish video last week, I think, maybe the week before. Um, I told you, time gets weird. Like it was recent. I just don't know how recent we did that Nightwish video. Um, but yeah, it's a lot of it is based on chugging. Pedal tone exists so much in the guitar riffs, and not all of them. Of course, we do have some that are a bit more. I guess we could call it. Could we call it modern? I'm not going to because I'm not entirely sure on that. Open tone or open string strumming between keynotes or pedal tone is what we would call it, more of a classical setting, is definitely something that still exists. I just feel like more modern metal has moved towards staying off of the open string, or at least the modern metal I've been exposed to. Whereas there's a lot of metal from the 80s and 90s that I can think of that rides the open string a lot. And this just reminds me of that. And I'm not saying it's bad, it's just not my cup of tea. Sometimes it really works. That opening guitar riff, the first time the guitars came in, it worked for me. Until they had like a whole bar and a half of pedal tone. I was like, oh, man, that's a bit much for me. I need a little bit more movement in the guitar line. But like I said, that's just a personal thing. It's not a bad thing to do it that way. Metal, I mean, it's one of the things of metal, right? It's part of metal history. Um, but it's just not my cup of tea. So we'll see if they continue on with that route, how often they use it. You know, if they do have a nice balancing act between a lot of pedal tones and not a lot of pedal tones in their riffage. So it's kind of like the orchestral stuff, where I think this is a very great opening track. It's very bombastic, it's ear catching, it has some really nice groove to it, but it's missing some of the nuance that I think that they can use. And I say that because there is more nuance in here than typically I find in symphonic metal, and I want to see how far they can push that, where their complexity level is compositionally. And you know, I guess I just got to say this so that I don't get words put in my mouth. More complex music is not better, and just because you can write more complex music does not mean you have to. I'm not going to use this as a barometer to figure out how good of a composer they are, but I do hear, you know, some shifts in a more complex direction for nuanced writing in this track that I'm hoping to hear expanded upon. If they don't, they don't. That's whatever. But it is something that I'd like to hear. All right. Let's dive into some lyrics. We have the lyrics for Samadhi. It is entirely in Latin. I have it translated to free your mind from trouble, direct your mind to the concrete. Enter one of the Johns, one of the Johns within that one of the Johns. Or Johns. I don't know how to pronounce that. Primarily because I don't know what it is. But I think it's pretty clear when paired with the album title, Design Your Universe, that it's something about meditation and breaking free of, I don't know, negativity. Remove your mind of burden, address the concrete steps. So make a path forward, right? Figure out what needs to be done and do it. I don't know what genres are, so it's really difficult to figure out what this means by one of the genres within that one of the genres. It's something cyclical, like within you, you have the power, and the power is within you kind of vibe. We move on to Resign, to Surrender, A New Age Dawns, Part 4. Our choir starts, can't move an inch, but for the act to leave fingerprints, freedom, farewell. Look at the lens, answer the questions. Are you a threat? And this feels very Big Brother, right? Leave your fingerprints and leave freedom farewell. Look into the lens and answer the questions. Are you a threat? We follow that with one line of Latin that says, I don't know what it says. Give me 1 second. No more, no more. Mark comes in with his vocals. After all the grabbing, it's time to bite the dust. Leave behind the breaches of my trust. Cleaning up the mess is up to us. Followed by not anymore in Latin. Simone comes in for the chorus. Now that all hands are tied, we're panic-stricken, wealth out of sight, demolition, the damaged pride, the price of ambition, no more, no more. In Latin, again. It's very interesting how the Latin is used to accentuate the final line of each stanza. So it seems like there has been an invasion of freedom, probably by some ruling class. Mark says, we've left behind breaches of my trust. Like, I don't trust you anymore at all. There's no even chance we're gonna come back from that. Simone says our hands are tied and we're full of panic. There's no way that we'll ever have any wealth. The price of ambition is damaged pride. Verse 2, the current system leads to profit-seeking deeds. Leave behind the traces of our blood. Now the course for change is up to us. So this almost sounds like a condemnation of... Well, see, here's the thing, though. All these verses are 3 lines long. The chorus is 6 lines long. It's not a lot of information, so I feel like a lot of it is left purposefully vague, which is why I'm like, maybe it's this. It's kind of like this. I'm kind of getting this vibe. I think a lot of it's purposefully vague, but anyways, this part right here immediately makes me think of capitalism. The current system leads to profit-seeking deeds that leaves behind the traces of our blood. So we put the work into the system, other people get our profits. And then our work is diminished. The blood that we put into this, our sweat, our tears, is removed. They leave behind the traces of our blood. And now the course for change, it's up to us to make something better. We go back to the chorus. It hasn't changed, but it has been added onto. Access is now denied. We're panic-stricken, wealth out of sight. Intuition, forgotten guide, the price of suppression. So we have forgot how to think for ourselves, and that has come because we have been suppressed by the ruling class, is what I'm getting at here. It really does feel, it feels very appropriate for today. I guess 2009 wasn't that different, though. We have another bit of Latin. Says, terrify them with force, you will increase. Destroy them by force, we have control. We get our intro again about leaving freedom behind and looking into the lens. When we think the end is here, with nearly all faith gone, there is hope along the way, and there a new age dawns. None are more hopelessly enslaved than those who falsely believe that they are free. I feel like that's an old quote. We have some more Latin. Victory to us, not anymore. We repeat several sections over and over before landing on chasing our addictions. We're stunting our growth. Once we get rid of this ballast, we'll be able to restore the balance and distribute our wealth. So yeah, we're so inundated with addictions to chase our social medias. I mean, this is 2009, so I'm using modern stuff, but like I said, I feel like it's still very applicable today. We have our social media, our screens, our cheap little games where you can buy extra chances to win a level for 99 cents, or buy energy just to play around or whatever. Um, we have all of our movies, so much movies and music coming out, just media as a whole. The fact that we have adopted the term, consuming media and binging on TV shows. And I don't want to say too much bad about it because, as I've said many times, art should, man, what is the exact, I forgot now. Art should be available in bountiful plenties or something like that. Anyways, the fact that we have a lot of art out there to experience is not a bad thing at all. But we do have what seems to be disposable art, a lot of disposable art. Um, and that feels kind of weird because I've always said that this is tough within me because I do believe all art should exist, regardless of how simple it is. So saying disposable art is kind of antithetical to that, but I do feel like there is a lot of TV and movies and books and sometimes even music, which feels a bit blasphemous to say, even though it isn't different than any other artwork, that is designed primarily for finances, for business. And that's not to say that there aren't artists putting a ton of work into these, but that the end result isn't necessarily to create something long lasting, but to create something that is effective today. Hence why a show can run for 33 seasons. It's kind of lost that soul, but it still exists. And that's not to say that the animators or actors or directors or anything on the show aren't putting their. We're getting way off topic here. I hope you guys get my understanding here. There's a lot of stuff out there to distract us from the real issues at hand, which is that we are being controlled. We are no longer allowed to have our own destinies. And he says, once we can realize this and get rid of these hurdles, we can restore the balance and redistribute the wealth. So yeah, this sounds straight up like a call to revolt against capitalism to me, but it could also be a call to revolt against any ruling power. This could also be words to describe a way to get peasants to realize that a fiefdom is not the best method of existing. I mean, this works for so many different ruling styles over the centuries. But, I mean, yeah, right now, today, it's speaking directly to me about capitalism. But this isn't a concept album, so I'm going to try not to apply these ideas to the next track. Maybe to A New Dawn Part 5, we'll see where that goes. But I'm not going to get tricked into trying to connect all these songs today. I know it's not a concept album. So with that said, we are quite a bit into this. 40 minutes into this video already. Let's move on to the next track, Unleashed. Well, that was a fun idea. Yep.
Back in the day,
Very neat usage of the vocal separation. You hear that over there? Right side. Really nice ooze with a ton of vibrato. Massive tempo drop to make this sound more epic. Yeah, that chord progression falling down to this. Just a beautiful section. Yeah, bringing all the parts together right here. We've got the chanting choir, big horns, moving violins, drum fills, guitar chords. Very cool. Yeah, I'm enjoying this. I mean, part of it is such a nostalgia for me. It's nostalgia for something I've never heard before. It feels like I'm 17 again, listening to After Forever, but new stuff from them. So yeah, that's definitely helping me enjoy this a bit. But there's also just so many great ideas. Interestingly enough, this follows the ABABCB pattern, which is different from Resign to Surrender, I think, and kind of different than I was expecting in totality for this. For some reason, I think symphonic metal band is just more complex than it is. And I need to remember that the genre as a whole is pretty much just metal with strings. A lot of the tropes of metal are not removed. It's not classical music. It's still just metal at its heart. It's metal at its core. That's bad. I hope you guys stick around for the dad jokes. That's like the second bad joke I've told today. And I don't think it's gonna stop. I'm in a fun mood. And the album's helping. Like I'm just enjoying myself today. A lot of album reviews, I get really nervous. In fact, I procrastinated on this one. I probably should have started it an hour earlier than I did. I think it's gonna be pretty close finishing up. I'm gonna try not to rush the end, but something tells me I'm gonna hit some time constraints near the end of this because I think we are looking at a 4-hour video. Anyways, with that said, I really need to get back on track with what I'm talking about. There's just a lot of cool ideas. It's very fun to listen to. This is definitely something I could see myself listening to casually in the future. I don't know if it would be something that I always want to put on. 15 years ago, sure, I probably would have played this a lot to replace After Forever in my playlist, but today, 30 something year old Bryan, uh, maybe not. Maybe a couple more listens. Maybe if I'm in the mood for it. Definitely might be the first symphonic metal album I pick up if I'm in the mood for that. But definitely, an album I could see myself listening to more of. I'm really enjoying myself. Um, so a couple of things I want to talk about is diminished scales. At least what I think are diminished scales. As I've said many times before, picking out notes, perfect pitch, that kind of stuff is not. If you're new here, that's not my forte. There's some chords, keys, modes that I can pick out. Phrygian is one of them. I don't know what it is. It's just a very specific sound. I can pick it up. Major and minor, for the most part, I can kind of pick out. They're also just like super common. So if it doesn't sound different, it's probably one of those. So it's an easy guess. Um, Diminished is one that I can get like 50% of the time. And I think we're using a lot of diminished chords here, usually to augment a already darkened sound. So a lot of this has that big powerful orchestral stuff, but the other half of this album so far has been a bit of that darker metal idea. Um, a lot of stuff based on what I think is pentatonic chords. That just pentatonic always sounds good with metal. But there's some sections that just get even darker. It just becomes it gets this evil tinge to it, usually rather quickly. Sometimes not even for a full bar, sometimes a half bar chordal ideas. I'm like 60% sure they're diminished, and we heard a ton of them in Resign to Surrender. Unleashed, less so, but they were still around, specifically when the choir came in and the metal band and the metal guitars together, not just the choir. Um, and that's just a sound I really like. I think it works well at not being disturbing, but being darker than most metal typically is. It provides a little bit of like metal's edge with a little bit of like a little bit of extra. If the metal edge is a 1.0 of darkness, this is like a 1.2 of darkness, just a little bit more. Enough to give it some unique color you don't typically hear with the instruments, but not enough going over the edge to enter into a different emotion entirely. And Mark uses them. I keep saying Mark. Is he the only composer? Personnel list. Looking for that personnel. Of course, it doesn't list it. Oh, no, there's a lot of writers. And Isaac Delahave, Simone Simmons. She's a Nightwish singer, isn't she? Because there's one that starts with an A, I think. And of course, Floor is, Annette. Oh, so Simone isn't an older member of Nightwish. Annette and and Tarja, not an A. Well, the A is Annette, but Tarja is the other one. Um, Interesting. I don't know why I don't know why I had a connection of Simone and Nightwish. Anyways, back on topic. Isaac, Simone, Jack, and Mark all wrote this song, at least in particular. So I keep saying, Mark is the composer, but he's not. It's a group effort. I don't have a lyricist, though. Maybe the whole band wrote everything. Or maybe this is a woefully undescriptive personnel list. I don't know. You can't trust anything on the internet these days. Um, Now I remember what were you talking? We were talking about diminished scales. I don't know how we got onto composers. Anyways, it sounds great. The other thing I have is call and response. We are now 2 for 2 songs utilizing the call and response technique, but it's done in different ways, which is very cool. The first time I think was vocals and strings. This time was the metal guitar, or sorry, the metal section and the classical section. Even though it was utilizing like a breakdown open string, just constantly playing it idea, I think it worked well. I'm not usually a fan of that, just an extended use of an open string, but it worked well for what they were going for there, which is very cool. Something I forgot to talk about last song, just because there's so many good ideas in there. There's one part where Simone was singing, and then there was not a harmony, a counterpoint. We had Simone's vocal line and a lead guitar line as well, and they did what a lot of indie rock and math rock bands do, which is split the 2 lead lines. There's a lot of songs that we've listened to in those genres where our 2 guitars will both be playing lead, 1 guitar in either ear. They did that here, but it was a guitar and a vocalist, which was oddly familiar but super weird because you just don't have panned vocals. Vocals are typically the center spotlight, they get center panned. So like it made perfect sense on the idea of 2 melody lines, but it didn't make sense that one of them was vocals, and I don't think it was short lived, like 16 bars tops, but I don't think I ever got used to that, despite it technically being exactly what should have been done. Otherwise, the left side would have sounded weird. But then Mark ended up taking center vocals and things balanced out, kind of. I don't know. It was just a very interesting technique there on the production side of things. Um, and then I put down vocal layers as a note. I don't think I need that note. It's something I'm going to be talking about every song, but I love the vocal layers everywhere. So far, they're just so good. And I'm not even talking about like, because like I don't think we've heard Mark and Simone sing together other than that one part I just talked about. Did not mean to segue into that. But there's a lot of sections where Simone will layer on top of her own stuff, We heard it here where they utilized extra voices in the sides to emphasize specific beats or syllables in the vocal line, which is very cool. Uh, she also did a background vibrato-y ooze that were right pans. I pointed them out. There's just a lot of really cool moments where we get kind of these pop production vocal layer things, where her vocals are treated like a pop song. How can we get her to record something else that's going to harmonize with this? How can we create ornamentation with her vocals? It has a very 90s pop aesthetic to it in that experimentation of the vocal usage. Nowadays, it seems like the vocals are rather static, and ornamentation comes from other production ideas, other instruments and libraries and stuff. But in the '90s, I felt like we just had a lot of vocal layering and um, ornamentation from secondary vocal tracks. The vocalists just seem to do a lot of work for '90s pop songs, and this seems to be emulating some of that. So that's really cool as well. I guess let's hit some lyrics. I don't know. I kind of feel like I should be diving more into these because they feel complex, but I also recognize there's some simplicity to them as well. But also, I'm not gonna lie, I am jamming along to this. I'm not listening as critically as I would on any other album, and I'm trying to like turn that casual side off so I can, dig into the grit and be like, yeah, this is what's happening. This is what was cool. This specific thing was there. But I'm gonna be honest. My brain keeps wanting to flip that switch back to casual, and I don't catch it for like a section. I'm like, dang, I don't even know what happened in there. I'm not gonna be able to talk about it, but I enjoyed it. All right. Unleashed. Declining, all color fading, defining, time coming for me, rescinding my inspiration, receding consciousness. Now, this is the second song we've opened with the third song. Technically, Samadhi, the Prelude, was all choir, so they started the song there as well. Yeah, 3 for 3. Starting the songs with choirs. Definitely seems to be a pattern they're following. How many tracks are we looking at today? 13. Most are in the 4 to 5 area. One is a 9, one's a 13, and one is a 1. And we're already an hour into this. Yeah, this is going to be a long video. Especially if the songs continue to have lyrics like this. There's just a lot of lyrical content to these tracks. I feel like we're gonna have a lot of time dedicated to lyrics on this one. Back in the day, I can recall that my thoughts were unclouded and sage. There were no black staining the walls of my memory. Now there's a haze pushing me sideways and leaving me nothing to gain, taking me back, locking me cold in disparity. Okay. Pretty straightforward. There's something that holds this person back. She could be depressed. It could be a substance. There's just something that is giving her a mental block um, that stops her from being productive or creative or whatever positive element you want to attribute. Once again, it's very vague. Pre-chorus, where was I meant to be? I feel I'm lost in a dream, long for the day I can be myself. Chorus, when I'm free, when my sun has set, released my soul forever, I'll have no regrets. To be free, I'll exist again. No more lost endeavors, nothing to contend when I'm free. Interest. That is not where I thought this was going. Like, my mind's kind of cloudy. I look for inspiration, and metaphorically, it's just black walls in there. And, when I die, though, I'll be free. Not, let me overpower this. Not a song about overcoming, mental hurdles. When the sun has set for me and my soul is released forever, I will be free and I'll have no regrets. And like, I'm really trying to figure out how that ties into our verse. I'll have no regrets to be free. I'll exist again. No more lost endeavors. See, like some of this reads as I look forward to the day my mind is uncloudy, but those two lines, when my sun has set and released my soul forever, makes me think that we're talking about death here. And yeah, I'm sure you'll have mental clarity because, well, it's going to be nothing, depending on your perspective of the afterlife. But my view is we return to the nothingness we started in. That's a type of mental clarity, I assume. No more lost endeavors, nothing to contend with. Yeah, I mean, technically that's accurate. It's just not the way I thought this was going. Verse 2, color declines. All that defines me is falling away, far behind. Nothing to keep me with the time, the here and now. The pre chorus is the same, though it says yearning again only to be myself, rather than long for the day I can be myself. Verse 3 is a mix of the choir and Simone. Cure me, free me, help me, see me. No more worry, no more losing. Time is just a concept. Save me, near me, and always the first thing to fade. Okay, so let me just break this up. These lines can be better understood. Time is just a concept and always the first thing to fade. Agony and weakness, nothing can we never evade. Years are cruel, they break us, bring on decay and despair. Awareness and perception, something we can never evade. Yeah, it just seems to be a very negative take on this. There is no. I figured, with the title of Unleashed and the opening ideas of I feel trapped in my mind, it was going to be a song about unleashing your inner positivity, especially after our second track, which was, hey, life sucks, let's revolt and be better. Like, I thought this might have been a common theme through the album, was improving the state of things. I don't read death being in the improvement that the album was prepping me up for. The bridge, the choir says, freedom for me is all I really wanting and needing. Give me power to break out. I can't hold on for any longer. My time has come to end it all. Verse 4 says, no one to blame. Fate's only random. It's nothing will ever explain. So it remains where I was meant to be. Now, where was I meant to be? I feel I'm lost in a dream. Long for the day I can be myself and free. When will I be unleashed? There's the title of the track. It's not the way it should be, yearning again only to be myself when I am free. And the choir sings Unleash My Consciousness. And we head back to the chorus about being free when you're dead. So yeah, it takes all of the negativity of the previous track, but doesn't have the positive concept of revolt to balance it out. It just says this sucks and it will always suck until I die. So I guess I'm kind of looking forward to that. And wow, that title just really, like, the thing is, like, the word unleashed implies breaking free from, like, a large power. You don't you don't just unchain the beast, you unleash the beast, right? It is a word that specifically at least to me implies the image of a powerful force being withheld. You don't just unbuckle it, you unleash it, you release it, and these big powerful words. And so this to me implies the release of something powerful. And it's used in the song as a question, when will I be unleashed? And it's just not where I thought the track was going at all. That's, huh. I really hope I have a bad read on that. We'll see where the rest of the album goes. Maybe this is exactly on point. Maybe it is a well, see, it's called Design Your Universe though, and I kind of found, our second track said, "Hey, the systems around us suck. Let's fix them. Let's design our universe." Right? And this one was going to be like, "Hey, mentally things kind of suck. Well, let's fix that. Let's design our universe." Right? It's about recognizing patterns of issues in the systems or experiences around you and redesigning them to better fit people's needs, to have a better perspective. I mean, our opening track said to unleash your mind of the burden and take and set forth concrete steps to improve things. I think I'm still not sure about what that term is, but the idea is don't stress about things, make a plan and execute them. And then we had a song about, hey, things suck. Well, let's not stress about what we can't change. Let's focus on what we can and make a plan for it. And the third song was, I'm just going to stress about things. Like, you've gone against your thesis statement from the beginning of the album. Weird. So let's dive into the next track called Martyr of the Free Word, which, based on the title, I think is going to fit the themes of the album so far better. And I know it's not a concept album. Maybe there are no themes of the album, but I'm picking up on some. Maybe they're unintentional, but I'm picking up on them. Let's dive into this, see what's going on next. Getting right into this. Yeah. Yeah, taking that guitar line and expanding upon it. I like that idea. See, here's another thing. Listen on the left side. It's a doubling of the vocals with a little twist on it to give it some extra texture. Okay. I love that. That's what this is missing. I need some growls and cleans. still such a good pre-chorus. Yeah, nice vocal layering there. The center growl was a bit nasally, and there was one off to the left that was a bit wider and fuller, and they came together into a really nice tone there. So I think so far this is the weakest track, even though it has some of the coolest moments. There's just no synergy here. There is constantly moments of flip-flopping energy, and I think that's my biggest problem. The first time they did it was at the end of the first half of the verse before moving into. I don't know if we were moving into the latter half of the verse or going into the pre-chorus. Um, but we had this really big drum fill. The chord progression was or volume was rising. Chord progression was getting more tense, and it felt like it was going somewhere. And then it decided to just restart the idea or go into another idea that just did not carry on any of that energy. In fact, it seemed to do the opposite. And I just one time I can go with that. It's a fun little playfulness, so to speak. But two times, three times, four times, and I have to begin to question if you understand the idea of uh, sequencing. And obviously they do. I haven't had any problems with it so far. Every section seems to move into the next without issue, but here it is such a I mean it has to be intentional, but I don't see the purpose of it. And I think that's the bigger issue there is purpose. So I don't know. That one's just kind of weird as far as that's concerned because like there is one moment when it works, and that's the end of the chorus when we get the last two notes from Simone with no instrumentation behind it in a vacuum before bringing in a ton of intensity with the guitars for Mark's growling. I think that works. It is a drastic shift of energy and momentum and style, but it kind of works in a capacity, but it's the only time I really feel that. Even when we look at um, the end of Mark's second growling section into the guitar solo, like there's a bunch of chordal ideas that don't go into what the chord progression is behind the guitar solo. There's a lot of energy and just momentum that isn't retained into it. It just feels slammed up against it, and there's such a difference between them. Um, Coming out of the guitar solo back into the chorus felt weird too. I think there was a mode shift, maybe not necessarily a full key shift, but a smaller shift in note choices, if nothing else, in atmospheric and emotional choices. That it just doesn't. The whole thing just kind of doesn't line up. Um, which, like I said, has to be intentional, and I'm trying to appreciate it on its, on a value that it's on its own terms. But after hearing three songs that I think are beautifully run together, even with a bit of harshness to it, it's not like all of them are completely classical songs with uh, traditional classical songs with tons of more conservative transitions and chordal structures and note choices. It has some of that metal aggression across all of them. This one just took in a direction I don't think works for me. Um, with that said, though, there were some really neat ideas in it. I love the pre-chorus. I pointed that out a few times. There's like 7 notes that Simone has that, when sung against the chordal structures, just sound phenomenal. I love whatever chord they went into there. Um, just really beautiful. Um, I love going from the clean vocals to the harshes. I'm not a huge fan of the harsh section, primarily because I don't really like Mark's harshes, but Um, again, that's a bias thing. It's just not my cup of tea. It works though. I like it better than growls, so I suppose that's something. Um, but I like the back to back there. Um, there was a guitar solo in the second track, wasn't there? I didn't get to talk about. This one was pretty much just shred. Fun to listen to. Not one of my favorite guitar solos though. Yeah, it's just even the orchestra had like one moment that I really liked. Oh, it's our opening guitar line that we heard again between um right before we got into our second verse, where we have the open string stuff on the guitars and the strings join in and then they expand on that the accented note ideas to have a more full-bodied concept of the guitar riff. Really like that. It's a beautiful way of utilizing the two while still addressing the strengths of the two types of instruments. Um, but aside from that, I don't really remember much of the orchestra here. The choir backing Simone in the chorus was cool. Like I said, there's a bunch of really neat ideas in here, moments. It just doesn't come together for me. Let's hit some lyrics though. Speaking in degradation, a conversation can take a sudden turn and reaching the point of violence because your silence left you without a hand to hold. Your past will lead you on to. Making a final judgment based on your bias will never bring you forward. Terror should never guide you, for even the fearful can take a beating in the end. Suspicion gets you nowhere. Hmm. Those who denounce a way of life will stand alone, left to atone their social blunders. If you gun down the messenger, you guarantee that he will be made into a saint, a martyr of the free word. Again, very vague. This could be applied to a lot of things that kind of basically says any ideology needs to be left alone. Those who denounce a way of life, any way of life, might be a way of interpreting that, will stand alone, left to atone their social blunders. So if you get upset at how somebody else lives their life, you're going to be socially ostracized. And if you gun down the messenger, you guarantee he'll be made into a martyr of the free word. So yeah, this almost feels as a sort of absolutionist view of free speech. Anybody should be able to do whatever they want, and if you speak against it, which is weird because earlier it even says um, that conversations can take a sudden turn and become violent because your silence left you without a hand to hold. So it says you need to speak up about things. But then down here it says also, don't speak up about things because then you'll be ostracized. And also you might make a martyr out of somebody. I really hope I have a bad read on this. I really liked where we were going with the first two sets of lyrics, and now we have two tracks that I'm kind of iffy on. I will say what I think, I will do what I say. When liberty seems to be out of reach, we'll fight for our freedom of speech. It is an absolutionist view of protecting freedom of speech. And maybe that's not what they intended. It might be that they wanted to protect some people's freedom of speech, because obviously free speech is not something that's utter complete free speech is not something that is can be defended, right? Even though at least in the US, I don't let me look this up where Epica comes from. There's a lot of things. Why is it so hard to find this band? Oh, that's because it's looking for. I typed Epica. The band. Thank you. That should not. I didn't think it was supposed to be that hard to read into. I mean, to look up. So they come from the Netherlands. See, that's because I'm going to apply a U.S. centric view on this because I don't have another one. I've been educated about some other ways to view things, but it's not a lived experience I have, unfortunately. But you cannot defend absolute free speech. There's a reason why, at least in the US, our First Amendment to the Constitution is not saying that you can say whatever you want, but that you can have whatever opinions you want. It's not about the idea of free speech, it's about the idea of free opinion. And that is super reductive. I'm not saying that that is the best way to go about reading it, but there are words you can't say socially, and the Constitution's not gonna protect you on that. You can't run into a filled building and yell fire. You will get in trouble for that. um, and you can't go around calling people slurs. While it's not against the law, mess around, find out, right? So, I mean, it's not freedom from consequence. But that seems to be what this is saying. Even when Mark's part comes in, says, I'll say whatever I want, I'll say whatever I think, I'll do whatever I say. And when liberty is out of reach, I'll fight for our freedom of speech. Like, it feels like an absolutionist's version of defending free speech right here. Even the chorus feels almost like saying, if you disagree with me, that's fine, but you're going to find yourself ostracized. And if you try to kill one of us or incite violence on one of us, guess what? Now we have a martyr. That's what it feels like. And it's so cringy to me. And I don't use the word cringy very often. It's a very specific type of embarrassing. But I feel like I'm being let down from the thesis statement. Y'all had me on the first two tracks. What happened to that energy? This just feels kind of edgy. We have some Latin next. Let's figure out what they're saying here. Give them eternal rest, O Lord, and let eternal light shine upon them. Huh. Okay. Missing a simple context, a mental weakness can throw you out of balance. Listen, respect each other, then you'll discover it mustn't always end in hate. It's not too late for mercy. I can generally get behind that. Generally. Those who denounce, oh, that's the chorus again, and then yeah, this I want to like the message here, but it feels just a bit too edgy for me to get on board with it. And I think I'm just going to leave it at that. Let's just move on. What a weird song to toss in there. I mean, it at least it kind of fits the theme. Maybe they see division everywhere, and they think that this division can be overcome with understanding and conversation. So they end it with, let's fix this. Here's a method to fix it. Let go of the stresses of division and let's find a way to address it. So at least it fits in with the thesis statement from Samadhi. It's just the topic they're talking about and how they go about addressing it feels a bit odd. Has the Netherlands had issues with speech freedom in the past that would provoke this? Again, I'd say this from a very US centric lived experience, but freedom of speech has been a very big talking point for US, we'll say politics, for a while now. Pretty much ever since political correctness came up. What a dumb phrase. Like a decade and a half ago, something like that. But I wonder if specifically Netherlands, because that's where they come from, also experienced some pushback on this as well. But my experience, my relationship to these lyrics sound very much. We're going to leave it at that. We're going to move on. Specifically because I don't know how much time we have for this. So next up, we have the track Our Destiny. Let's see what's going on with this one. Hey, Apple. Let's see what's going on with this one. Technical difficulties? All right. Let me try this again. We're going to check out Our Destiny. Ooh. Ooh.
So many days we've spent together, trying to get ahead with our dreams. Now we've come to the goal forgotten.
Oh, yeah. They're not gonna bring the funky bass back? It's nice to hear more of her operatic singing. There's that harsh layering again. You know, I'm really starting to miss the writing from the Prelude. Ooh. Interesting note choices on that descending string line. Yeah. Okay. Really, I meant to comment on that piano bit at the beginning. Wow. 11 seconds of silence. Most of their songs barely have one. I've had to be really vigilant about pausing it before the next song starts, and this just has a massive break until the next track, which maybe makes sense because the next track's the longest one on the album. They really want to make sure you understand the, there's a stop here. There's something big coming up. Um, I don't know though. It kind of sucks because like man, I was on board with this after Resign or Surrender. I liked the general gist of the music. I liked where where we had seen their strongest orchestral composition side in the Prelude. We saw a stronger metal side in Resign to Surrender. I figured we might have started to combine the two after that. We had a unified theme in those two, and nothing else has really landed for me. Moments. There's some good moments across tracks 3, 4, and 5 now, but nothing's really stood out to me like the opening, was that 8 minutes? And that's just such a shame. And like this one, like I gotta give this one a little bit of credit. It's not my cup of tea. It's super simplified. For 4 tracks now, I've been, saying, hey, I hope the next one is a bit more deep. I can hear these inklings, these little moments of complexity that show me that as a band, they can compose something a bit deeper than they are. Maybe they'll lean into that once. And maybe the next track is that 13 minutes long. Maybe they have some more complexity and depth to it. But everything so far has been rather standard. It's metal with strings occasionally and some fantastic choir sections. And I really think the metal part is the one that's bringing me down. Like the classical bits are fine. Well, I should say the orchestral bits. There's not a lot of classical element in here. The orchestral bits are fine. I appreciate them. I like when they're around. They typically do really cool things that we don't hear in metal too often. But the guitar riffs, the drumming, the fact that choruses are mostly power chords, and a lot of these songs follow the ABABCB pattern, which is not a bad thing. But my expectations are just, I need to lower my expectations. I need to start meeting these songs on their own merit. But I don't know what it is about symphonic metal. I hear strings and I just immediately want more complex uh, composition. That's the word I'm thinking of. I'm so flustered right now, I can't speak. And it doesn't even just need to be, lots of fast moving ideas. It doesn't need to be complex that way. Just the emotions are so shallow. A lot of the songs lean on the exact same chord progressions and atmospheric ideas. And maybe that's just it too. Maybe I had my fill at song number 2. Maybe it's not necessarily that I do want more depth out of this. But maybe it's just that I had my fill already, and the fact that this album is fairly one note, which is not a bad thing. Some of my favorite albums are pretty static from start to finish. It's just not something that I want an entire album of. I'm happy listening to just one song. But where I started this video with a ton of excitement to dig into the album, even saying I would listen to it multiple times, if I listened to this multiple times, it'd probably be the first couple of tracks, and fingers crossed the latter half. We'll see how I feel about them. But Unleashed, Martyr of the Free Word, and Our Destiny are not songs I care to come back to. They're not bad. If someone puts them on, I have no problem listening to them. But they're not tracks I'm going to go out of my way to listen to. And Our Destiny, speaking more directly about this track in particular, is just a metal power ballad. It has some cool ideas, and I pointed them out. It's not. I like power ballads. I do. I like ballads in general. I'm a sucker for softer, more melodic music. If that isn't something that's been apparent to people, let me just state it outright. I like melodic music. um, but this just feels, aside from a few really cool moments, it's by the books. It's something I've heard before. And I don't like using those words negatively. I have shifted my vocabulary to iterative bands, but for some reason I thought Epica was a little more innovative. And I still get the idea that they do innovate on concepts. There's a lot of stuff in here that, especially when, because I just recently listened to them, comparing them directly to Nightwish, which is probably blasphemy on both sides of the aisle. I don't know if Epica and Nightwish fans like each other. I don't know how that works. I mean, this next track is going to be more applicable for comparison. Not that I want to compare the bands, but they are, aside from After Forever, pretty much my only exposure to the genre, so it's kind of difficult for me not to. But being that we're going to listen to an epic and that I've only listened to Nightwish epics, it's going to be a little bit better to compare them on. But Nightwish does the bombast really well, but I've always felt a bit underwhelmed by their orchestral inclusion. And Epica is bringing me a little bit more of that classical writing that I want out of the orchestral bits. But on the metal side, they're underwhelming me. It is in a lot of places just 90s metal, which, as I mentioned during the latest Nightwish reaction, Greatest Show on Earth, I can't control when I enjoy that, which is weird. I don't like it generally, but there are some bands that I do like listening to when they do it. And this is not one of them. So, let's dig into some lyrics on such a negative note there. So many days we've spent together trying to get ahead with our dreams. Now we have come to the goal forgotten. Hurting within left us torn. Hurting within left us torn. The road is open. We find our way through. Ties were broken. So the means to the end was the peace that was meant to be ours since it all began. We fight to win, I won't give up, we'll fight to win, to move along from where we'd been. I'll sing this song for you again. I'm looking up around the bend, we're so much stronger than before, our fraying edges on the mend. So this is a break up and get back together song. Am I wrong? Life as we know would be so different had our paths continued the same, seizing the day with all that's offered, the good and the bad, the clear and the haze. We do the chorus again about singing the song for you and looking around the bend to be stronger now that our frayed edges are on the mend. Don't let go. So hard to face what we've done wrong. We shared a life that can't be. Yeah, this song is about getting back together with somebody. We cannot hide from destiny, so hard to face what had gone wrong. We've got to make this work and give it our all. Give our all and won't let go, waiting so long for an answer. We've been waiting so very long, and now we're ready to accept our fate. Our melodies will be remembered forever and ever. Our memories will fade away when the leaves have reached the soil. I won't give up this fight. The sacrifice is made. We gave our all and won't let it go to die in vain. I'll sing this song again. We're stronger than before. We have the chance of lifetime. We'll never close this door. So, yeah, this whole song is things have been tough in the past, but we're stronger for it. And I won't stop fighting to stay with you, keep you in my life kind of vibe. And we'll stay together forever until we die. I mean, it fits the ballad theme. It doesn't fit. I don't know, man. I feel like I should start doing these live stream style. I can bounce some things off of y'all. You can tell me if I'm on the right track, if I'm missing something. I don't understand how I started with so much enthusiasm and they've let me down 3 songs in a row now. Now, I can't. Unleashed wasn't bad. It was weird lyrically, but it wasn't a bad song. It had its moments. Martyr, the free word, had its moments. Our destiny, they all have moments. That's the thing. Resign and surrender was good, start to front. That is not how the phrase works. Start to finish. I can't say I'm ready for a 13-minute epic of this. I'm feeling real let down at this moment, and I'll be honest. I've said this in the past. I get some flack for it. If I were listening to this on my own, I'd have this turned off right now. I might give it the epic, but if the epic doesn't hit me in like 3 or 4 minutes, it's probably be the end of the album. I'm halfway done. I've heard half of your songs, give or take. Well, not time wise, anyways, but track wise, about half the album is done. And I don't know. So this is Kingdom of Heaven, A New Age Dawns, Part 5. The only other song in the album I've really liked so far was A New Age Dawns Part 4. So, maybe this continues in the tradition. Let's find out. So we got some throat singing.
disappointment.
Ooh. Oh, what an interesting guitar tone. It's sharp, narrow, muted maybe? There's like no decay on the sound at all. It's so abruptly stopped. Add a bit of a Phrygian dominant mode for a second. It's just a pure metal section. Pedal tone, breakdown style. Yeah, really nice dotted line there. Nice rising thirds idea. That's an instrument I don't think we've heard yet. It's just like a synth pad, keyboard sounds. Oh, we had some xylophone? Nope, glockenspiel. That's so weird because the stuff over on the right is the attack. It fades in before it hits its highest point, which is a bit behind the beat. So it feels like it's constantly behind. Didn't I say there'd be some flute in here sometime? Not quite the usage I thought we would have, but it's here.
Nothing here will be the same. I'll see the world through different eyes. I was given clarity and the wisdom I can't deny. All that we can ever see until we leave this frail existence is just a shadow of reality. Death is not that final instance.
It's not your time. You have to go back.
Really great intensity building section.
I don't want to return. Please, let me stay here. Don't make me go back. Go back. You've got work to do. We're not alone. We are
Yeah, this is a line from somewhere else. Such a good solo.
Nothing here will be the same. The smallest bit is its biggest nature. Our limited capacity give us trouble to comprehend. We are linked in every way, and we're strong as the weakest fragment. Every word that we convey is an act with consequences.
Something I'm beginning to understand. A lot of symphonic metal is based on, is this 80s metal, 90s metal riffage. If you remove the orchestral element from this, it really would fit right into older metal ideas. And the same is mostly true for what I've heard from Nightwish as well, except I've only heard epics, and it's not entirely true to because like 13-minute song where they use a lot of even this one utilizes a lot of orchestral moments for transitions. I mean, it doesn't work across the board, but a lot of the metal aspect is this type of 90s 80s metal kind of stuff. um and I think that's why it just doesn't click with me. And it makes me wonder, has anybody done symphonic metal with a 2000s metalcore bass, or symphonic metal with a post-hardcore bass? I guess that'd be symphonic punk technically. With a post-hardcore bass, I think I would greatly enjoy that, since I enjoy the bass metal sounds more. Because to me, I listen to, especially this song, 13 minutes of it, and I feel the same way I felt during Greatest Show on Earth. It's interesting as a multifaceted epic that explores several sounds and tries to combine orchestral sounds with metal sounds, but a lot of it just sounds like metal that I'm not a big fan of. There's not a lot of experimentation going on with the foundational elements. The epicness, the length comes from the variety of riffs, but not the riff types themselves, not the chords that are used, not the raw metal concepts. Like I said, if you strip out the orchestral parts of the metal sections, they would fit right in with some other styles of metal. And I think I've brought this up before, which is how we ended up listening to Flesh God Apocalypse, because I said I wanted symphonic metal that actually had classical composition influence to it. And that's how we got the other end of the spectrum, which was a good classical track with just not a lot of metal components to it. And I don't think they're opposed in that manner where it's impossible to find a medium point. But I think a lot of it comes with where the metal influence lies. And that's not to say that any part of this track was bad. A lot of it was very well, all of it was very competently executed. Had some really nice transitions through it. The ideas were well varied. They fit the atmosphere for the sections they were going for. There was variety in atmosphere and emotion. There was variety in melody and counterpoint, and multiple uses of, we had our spoken word section, we had our growled section, we had our clean vocal section, we had choir sections. I mean, it was a very well done 13-minute multi-section song. It just really is at the root of it, to me, is so mundane while everything else is so bombastic. And that is not something I want to say. And it's completely informed by my biases. I prefer metal that is more dynamic and contrasty, and well, a lot of the symphonic metal I've been introduced to doesn't utilize that as a base on the melody. The symphonic parts might be more melodic, they might have more contrast and dynamic qualities to them, but the metal aspect doesn't. It is more of that static kind of metal that I'm typically just not a big fan of. And I think this is the last time I'm going to bring it up. I'm going to try to be as positive as I can on the next 6 tracks or whatever. Um, but I do think that that's what's not clicking with me. And if there's any people who have joined on to this, have subscribed to the channel because of the Nightwish reactions, first of all, thank you. The Nightwish fandom seems to not like me very much, so I'm glad there's some people who are still interested in what I'm doing despite me being critical of your favorite bands. I'm critical with every band. It's not just you, I promise. But as you can see here, I'm also critical of what Epica's doing. Um, I can appreciate, much like with Nightwish, their art, their craft, how they go about creating music, their strengths and their weaknesses. But to me, the biggest weakness is that they show so much potential. I said the same thing about Nightwish. They show so much potential and then lean in on the simplicity of this early metal. And I don't want to use because I screwed up on the Nightwish video and I basically called them sellouts when that is not what I meant to intend at all. I wanted to point out that their skills were beyond what was being utilized, and I implied and inferred into why, and I shouldn't have done that. That was a bit of a cynical take on that, and that's not something I'm proud to have done. Um, and there are much better discussions in the comments, and I wish I could get rid of that moment. Still make the comment that their skill far outweighs what was on display in that track, but it's the same thing here. They show glimpses of different writing that I would enjoy more. But they never. This track, oh my geez, can we just talk about the intro? The song starts out and I'm like, this is the epic. They have plenty of room to explore concepts. You know, everything else is constricted by their ABABCAB pattern. They do their verse chorus a couple of times. They do a bridge, usually as either a growl section or a solo section in it, and then they return back sometimes with a third verse, sometimes just with the final chorus. And okay, so this constrains them. Maybe they can't explore the classical stuff they want to because the metal is taking over. And I get it. That's fine. People come to them because it is this type of metal. Plus, I already kind of mentioned this earlier with their use of Diminished, but this is kind of what I'm feeling is that it's not classical metal. It's not a merger of the two. It's metal that utilizes symphonic sounds. And while I think they do utilize their symphonic instruments a lot better than a majority of the bands that we've heard in this style, in this genre, it's still very weak compared to classical music. And it's not that they can't write that way, they just choose not to. And I appreciate that, but it's still upsetting because that's what I want out of it. Where was I? Oh yeah, the opening. So we start off with this beautiful idea and it begins to build and we have all these nice layers going on. And I'm like, okay, it's still a little simplified. We basically have two groups of instruments doing the same thing and a third group doing a melody line on top of it, but it's a simple melody. I'm like, but we can go places from here. We have plenty of time. We have 13 and a half minutes. Let's see how they expand this. And then they don't. They stop all of the orchestral instruments entirely to bring in drums, bass, guitar, and then eventually Mark's growling with an occasional embellishment in the string section, like the one thing you led me on here. Bro, I wanted to hear where you took this. And you just abruptly shifted out of it, like, whoops, that's not what we were supposed to be doing, and just. This is a very frustrating listen for me. Not because it's bad, but it's entirely on me, I think. But I gotta place a little blame on them. I keep coming into these songs with the wrong expectations. I accept that. I talk a lot about attempting to meet songs on their own terms, and I'm not perfect at it. There's plenty of reactions where I don't do that and realize I didn't do that until the end, or sometimes not even until the comments. But they keep doing this where they sneak in these ideas like, hey, we're only using 10% of our compositional powers. And I'm like, great. How about we expand on that? And I get a resounding no. And I can't help but be frustrated by that. I tried to say, okay, they're only working at 10%, and then they work at 20. And I'm like, oh, so you're going to go a little higher now. And they're like, no, back to the 10. And it's just, I'm not frustrated because they could be better or different or anything like that. I'm frustrated because they occasionally give me what I want and then deny me the full resolution of that. And I don't even think they're doing it on purpose. It just is what's happening. Occasionally they want to get a little bit more fancy, but that's as far as they want to get. But to me it's a signal of more. And I'm just misreading the signs here. Other than my little rant, I don't like using that word for breakdowns, but that's kind of, I broke down there. Everything else is on display here, put up to 11. We have a ton of vocal layering. We have interesting chordal and note choices. We have call and responses all over the place. We have phenomenal choir work. The choir's just, I think the choir is the texture, and because especially there is a huge shift in chordal properties between the guitar oriented stuff and the choir oriented stuff, and it's the sound that I enjoy. And that might be another thing, is that we get into some choir stuff and I'm like, yeah, I'm digging this. Where are we going with it? Oh, guitars. And we get back to the metal oriented chords. It's a big tug of war. That's what it is. I wouldn't mind something in the middle, but we don't ever get that. It's either metal or orchestral, and the orchestral parts I'm usually big on, but they're short-lived compared to the metal parts. This is a metal band. And I think I just gotta accept that. I don't want to. It's the first step to dealing with grief, though. Oh no, acceptance is the last part. It's gonna be a while, folks. So I might not accept it by the end of the video. I'm kidding. This isn't grief. Is this grief? Am I dealing with grief? Do I want this? Maybe I feel like I've lost something. Anyways, everything that I've talked about so far is done on here to 11. There are some phenomenal sections. There are some very well done metal sections. I guess if you enjoy them, they're phenomenal. Lots of variety in timbre and melody and yeah, just everything I've said so far, but cranked up to 11 and smashed together, which I appreciate. I like, because I already said this before, I feel like they are constrained on time. I worded it a different way, that I feel like the songs are kind of samey, all following the metal structure. But I think what I meant by that is that the songs feel constrained. I don't necessarily think all of them need to be 10-minute songs, but maybe if some of them were more linear, like track number 2, I hate coming back to it's the one I liked, and it just happens to have the examples for things. I swear I'm not just saying everything should be like track number 2. This is not a very good reaction. Maybe this is a good react. I don't know. This is very different from what I typically do. It feels wrong to me, but indulgent as well. But even this track, as much as I liked all the separate pieces put together, much like with Night Wishes, I really hate bringing this comparison up so often, but it's so pertinent. Greatest Show on Earth, it feels like they smashed together 3 or maybe 4 tracks, all of them working within their own subset of the metal structure. We have verse, chorus, sometimes a bridge, sometimes another chorus, sometimes not. Maybe we transition into the next song. And it's just, minute number 5 of Kingdom of Heaven, but this also has a verse, chorus idea to it. And it kind of sounds like they took 3 or 4 separate songs and made nice transitions between them. It is very linear in that manner. There's Well, honestly, they're very connected, but it's because every song kind of feels similar. There hasn't really been many different vibes or emotional explorations in anything. We have the metal chordal structure and the, oh, there's no guitars playing, let's explore something else chordal structure. And that's kind of it. We're either in one of those two. So all the songs kind of end up feeling the same as well, even though they have different rhythms and melodies and chord progressions and whatever. The album has a sound. And if this was split up into 4 tracks rather than one track with probably mentally split up into 4 movements, I don't think many people would hear much of a difference. I don't think it would feel any different. All right. I feel like that's a lot of negativity. Like I said, we're going to try to clean this up for the back half of this album. Let's hit some lyrics. Also, I need some water. Oh, so we do have movements. Five of them, actually. Although it looks like I might have missed. Well, movement 2 doesn't have a verse, chorus idea, but it does have a highly similar stanza throughout the. It's pretty much the same line or the same stanza with minor variation to it 4 times over. So give me the benefit of the doubt. There was a lot of repetition. I thought it was verse chorus. Movement 3 is basically an instrumental break. Movement 4 is fairly linear on the lyrical side. And movement 5 actually returns to those repeated ideas from movement 2. So it's not entirely a series of basic structured ideas. But it felt like that. Okay. We start off with instrumental intro. Yeah, I know, I talked about it. I missed that part. Verse 1, Mark comes in with his big voice. Pioneering big breakthroughs preceded by the opposition, hold in derision all that's new, afraid to lose their own esteem. I want to talk about this real quick. Not the lyrics, because I haven't fully processed what that means yet. This is like the 4th song, I think, where the rhymes are all primarily interline. And there's very few rhymes at the ends of lines. If we go back just one track. Oh, no. One track was the one with the end of line rhymes. So going back to Martyr or the free word, speaking in degradation, a conversation. There's your rhyme. It's the end of one line, the middle of the second line. Can take a sudden turn and reaching the point of violence because your silence left. So the rhyme actually comes near the end of the line, but not at the end. And this is something we have seen so often through this album. It's interesting how few lines rhyme end to end. And at least to me, makes the lyrics a bit less memorable, but unique. I really like this. It pushes against a very common norm. Not that the norm is bad in any way, just I like variation. I like things that are new. So right here, though, we see the same thing. Pioneering big breakthroughs, proceeding by the opposition, hold in derision all that's new, afraid to lose their own esteem. So we have opposition and derision. Pioneering and proceeding have very similar sounds while not being rhymes. They both start off the word. They both start off the line. So basically, it says that those in power are afraid of new advancements. And that's it. You pioneer a big breakthrough. So you make something that is just, you know, new, awesome. You're making the next big tech thing that's going to change people's lives. It says when you do that, there will always be opposition. These opposers push back against anything that's new, afraid to lose their own power, afraid to lose their own strength. This is basically just saying that no matter what the youth do, the new generations do, there's always going to be old guard pushing back on it. Pre-chorus says, scorn shall be directed at the genius, represses subtle theories of the light to the questions of life. Quantum physics lead us to the answers to the great taboo. We create the world around us. God is every living soul. Now, I wasn't going to bring this up last time. I don't remember what track this was. There was some Latin in it that translated to give them eternal rest, O Lord, and let eternal light shine upon them. I think this was Martyr, the free word, actually. And I just kind of let it be. I think I gave it like a weird look and then just moved on with my life. But it's very interesting here that we have a merger of science and spirituality, religion. Primarily because, in my experience with religion, living in the US South, um, intelligence and science are not held in very high esteem with the people I meet, to put it lightly. And again, we're looking at this with like a decade of difference, a little over a decade of time difference between when this was created, and we're also looking at a massive shift in culture because they're from the Netherlands and I'm from the US. So, their intentions might be very different from my reading of it. But science and religion don't go together in my experience. I have met very few people who are both scientists and spiritual, primarily because science is about testing hypotheses and finding truths, and there's no scientific evidence for anything spiritual. Some people will say that's just because we don't have the tools, and like I said, not every scientist I've met completely eschews spirituality, but it's just not something that typically goes together. So it's really interesting to see them say that quantum physics will lead us to understanding that God is in every living soul. It almost feels like an oxymoron to me. And I'm just going to leave it at that. I don't want to make a negative or positive comment about it. It is the art that they wanted to create, and we're going to roll with it. But I couldn't just leave it like I did last time because it's the second time it's come up, and something tells me we'll hear more of the spiritual side of Epica and more of the album. And now knowing that there is a spiritual element, maybe even a Western Christian element to their lyrics, it completely changes my outlook on Unleashed and turns it from a unique sad song into a depressive sad song. but I think that's just because of my own biases. I mean, I talked about how the end was nothingness, but I'm going to assume that they think that they'll find freedom in the afterlife. I really don't know how to reconcile this now that I feel there's a Christian edge to the album, or at the bare minimum, a spiritual edge to the album. It's very much about fixing the problems around us, including shouting down the systems of all the ruling systems around us and fixing them so that people can better exist. But they also believe that this world is just a test and that we're on it for such a short period of time, and then we get to experience the greatness of the afterlife. And in fact, so much so that if you have a cloudy mind due to probably a mental condition that could be worked with, you might as well just proudly wait for death because things will be better. That's now, it's just such a terrible take. And it really makes me look at the other, like, and the song's called Kingdom of Heaven. And I really thought that was maybe something they just played on a little bit. But now I think it's more about, I don't know, man. I think 2023 we're gonna start live stream these. I need answers while I'm listening to it. This is a big wrench in my entire understanding of this album. Anyways, let's keep rolling. Verse 2, science, spirituality will have to meet along the, and we need, yeah, expand our grip on the cryptic soul. So, yeah, unless there's something lost in translation here where spirituality is just another word for the soul, and that this song is about trying to understand the soul through science, then a lot of this, it's. We get another pre chorus, we get another chorus. Hope is more than a postponed disappointment. That is not the sentence I think you want to put in an album where a few of the tracks so far, all the tracks so far up until this point, except for possibly Our Destiny, has been about observing issues and wanting to fix them. This is, it's like, what is this? Non-intelligens. This is Latin though, so. You explain nothing without understanding. You will get nothing by refusing to see. You explain nothing without understanding. You don't see the unknown. See, what's interesting here is that I interpret this from a science angle. You need to understand stuff so that you can work it into your thoughts and how you approach life. Lived experiences give us new perspectives on things and allow us to come to conclusions that may be better than we could have without these understandings, but we couldn't have gotten here without opening and broadening our information. But I really think that this is saying that this is condemning atheists because we've already been on this religious vibe for so long, and their whole thing is that, we understand you can't see it, but we still have faith in it. And wow, like, does this bring hope into perspective? I mean, faith is a strong belief, but I mean, technically, there is a hope that your understanding of the afterlife is correct. And, well, I hope that that's just not postponed disappointment for you. It's a bit of a cynical take there, but I just. And I don't know, man. This movement ends with open your Sahasrara. All right, I'm looking that one up. What is this? Sahasrara. The thousand petaled is what it translates to. It's Sanskrit, has many alternate names and spellings, or the crown chakra, considered the seventh primary chakra in some yoga traditions. Often referred to the thousand petaled lotus, it is said to be the most subtle chakra in the system relating to pure consciousness, and it is from this chakra that all other chakras emanate. When a yogi is able to raise their energy of consciousness up to this point, the state of nirvana is experienced. Well, how many wrenches do they want to throw at me in one song? I thought this was specifically on a. Okay, so I gotta look this other one up now. What was that thing that we had in our first track? Oh, the Jeans. Or maybe Janzi? Oh, no, that's a city. Well, I can't seem to find this one. One of the Jeans within that one of the Jeans. What if we look up the Latin form of it? Oh, there we go. Janus. Oh, it's okay. So this is a Buddhist thing. The jhanas are the altered states of consciousness which are produced from periods of strong concentration, much like the seven states of consciousness that we just went over with the chakras. So that's for yogi, and this is for Buddhism. So there's been a very, well, there is a bit of an Eastern religious element to this, which kind of makes the inclusion of the very, at least to me, obvious Western monotheistic God as well, and the idea of souls. Does the reincarnation concept of Buddhism rely on the soul? I don't think I'm well versed enough in that. Because I know, like, if you don't reach nirvana, you get another chance in reincarnation to do that until you can finally get to that ninth jhanas, I guess. Um, and you can reach that nirvana, and then you get to ascend the next time you die, rather than get reborn on the earth. But is that related to the soul, which to me always felt like a Western thing? I'm not super well versed in Eastern religions, and honestly, the only two I know strongly are Shinto and Buddhism. And again, like I said, I don't have a strong grasp on them, but I don't ever recall the term soul being brought up. But see, this changes my idea of verse 2 about merging science and spirituality. I don't have as strong of a negative reaction to that when we speak about things like Buddhism. I still think there is a divide between science and Buddhism, but I don't see that divide as big as science and Christianity or any of the other Western religions that spawned out of Judeo Christianity. Um, it is just a very different kind of spirituality to me. but it still makes me want, like, where does all this fit in? Is this a song about, I mean, is this an album about fixing the things in our mortal life? Or is this a song about preparing ourselves for our eternal afterlife? Maybe I'm just looking too deeply into it. I don't know. All I know is that I'm very confused at this point. We go into our second track. Also, it's called Kingdom of Heaven. And unless, again, it's a translational thing, heaven is specifically a Western thing, and I don't think that many Christians would be happy about you also practicing another religion alongside it. At least, again, not in my experience. Might just be because just not in my experience. Light creates us all, pride will make us fall, life is meaningful, life delights us all. That's an interesting thing to say after 3 tracks earlier when you said I look towards death. Life creates us, pride divides us, life is meaningful, the soul survives us. Misled by science. Misled by science, our wake-up call, conditioning cannot fool us till the end. Light creates us, pride. Oh, we repeat here. So this basically says that spirituality is the only answer to our beginning and our end, and that science has ruined that. You know, there has been some songs in the past where I'm really digging the music and the lyrics completely ruin my enjoyment of a song. Usually it's for a lot harsher reasons than this, but the takes on this track and how it recontextualizes my understanding of the album is phenomenal. Phenomenal in how far I've shifted now. Like, I don't even want to finish the album anymore. I will. Movement 3. Guide us safely through the gates of death, followed by a sick guitar solo. Movement 4. Nothing here will be the same. I'll see the world through different eyes, and I was given clarity and the wisdom I can't deny. All that we can never see until we leave this frail existence is just a shadow of reality. Death is not the final instance. It's not your time. You have to go back. Back now. No, no, I don't want to return. Please let me stay here. Don't make me go back. Go back. You've got work to do. So this is weird because the song is about the concept that religion or spirituality, more specifically, is and should be a more important part of people's daily lives as it will help them explain life better. I can see where they're coming from. I kind of disagree on it, but I can appreciate their angle. And through that lens, he says that, you know, we can't see what comes after death. I can agree with them on that. And it says this is just a shadow of reality, and death is not the final instance. Death is not the end, it's the beginning. Okay. For some reason, after this, we go into a story of somebody who has died, been sent to a deity, and says, yo, this afterlife is pretty sick. I'd like to stay. And the deity says, no, you're not even supposed to be here. Get out. And like, where did this come from? I think it's even better that the afterlife is the promised reality. even going to say that this is just a shadow of that. That this is the painful test that will prove if you're allowed to have a good afterlife. And when somebody actually got there, a powerful being said, "Go back, you have work to do. You have reached the idyllic place that you have been trained and taught that you should be vying after." You finally get there and they say, "No, slave, get back to work." I can't wrap my mind around any of this. And then Mark comes in and says, "We're not alone. We are all one." Instrument break, and we get another sick guitar solo after this guy just got denied his reward because he didn't work hard enough. I'm being real cynical here. I'm in the wrong mindset for this, I think. I don't know. The lyrics here just really hit a nerve, I think. All right, let me get a sip. Maybe I can refresh with some liquid hydration. Water. I'll Okay, I feel like we've been on these lyrics forever. So Simone comes in with a variation on a line she gave us earlier. "Nothing here will be the same." Now we have a change, so it says, "The smallest bit is as big as nature. Our limited capacities give us trouble to comprehend. We are linked in every way and we're strong as our weakest fragment. Every word that we convey is an act with consequences." Now, I know this is not a concept album, and I should not be tying different songs together, but I'm just so at ends with the narrative elements on the album. The messages I've been told seem to place the band in a state of waffling. Now I'm hungry. At first, they said the world sucks and we need to fix it. There's so many problems with it. And there's inherently a divided class. And then a little bit later, they said we all should just figure out we're together in on this and not argue anymore. And now we're at the point of saying that all humanity is one. And I mean, I've already given my thoughts on the Martyr of the Free Word lyrics and how I find it a bit flawed, but it's especially flawed next to this track and track 2. We are not, I mean, we technically are all linked, we are all one species, and we should be more harmonious than we are. But the reality is we're not, and to say that we are just 10 minutes after saying that there's a class divide that needs to get fixed feels really weird. We finish out the track with a repeat of the lines we heard earlier: "Misled by science, our wake-up call will be the end. Light creates us, pride divides us. Greed will make us fall, light will bind us all." And it's funny, the first time I read this, I thought I said light will blind us all because light blinds, but apparently not in this context. Instead, light binds us. We're just going to move on. I feel like I can keep digging into inconsistencies in this set of lyrics, not just within itself, but also within the larger context of my relationship with religions and just the rest of the album, which seems to be saying something very different from this track. We're just going to continue on. This has to be one of the biggest buzzkills in an album I think I've ever heard. And I think the wildest swings I've had of any album, of saying, I'm really enjoying this, let's dig into it, into saying I don't even want to finish it anymore. I'm tempted to stop the recording right here and like come back tomorrow to finish it, hoping to be in a different mindset, because I am a bit cynical, I feel, and I don't want to be. Let's keep it rolling. We don't come here for edited takes. We come here for raw, one take reactions. So let's dig into it. This is The Price of Freedom. It's an interlude. Let's see where this takes us.
For civil rights. They have begged the white man for civil rights. They have begged the white man for freedom. And every time you beg, anytime you beg another man to set you free, you will never be free. Freedom is something that you have to do for yourself. You pay the price that is necessary for freedom. Our people will always be walking around here second-class citizens, or what you call 20th century slaves. What price are you talking about? The price of freedom is death.
Really great job crafting the tension in the music. I love the layering of the piano and the strings. Yeah, another dig into the Phrygian side of things. That was a fun little riff there. Yeah, the layered vocals. I love how this line came from our last track. The rhythm, anyways. And we're continuing to utilize it. I'm digging the contrast here between the driving sections and the more ballad style that we have for our chorus. That fits very well with the rhythmic layering they have, the vocal layering they have going on there. Oh! Yeah, we need more bells. I really like the way they get used consistently. Yeah, this is beautiful. Yeah, the complex emotional journey there in the strings and horns. Beautiful harp line. We got like a synthy thing over on the left. Yeah. Yeah, where was this Epica everywhere else? I'm afraid to get into the lyrics. I like this song. Where was this everywhere else on this album? The orchestral writing is top notch here. Not, the greatest orchestral writing ever, but definitely the height of the album so far. We have new instruments that come in, and the new instruments allow the band to use them in extra ways and layers. The strings and horns continue to get used the way they have been for most of this um, album, primarily as these big stinger movements or for atmospheric chords or to layer on what the guitars are doing. A lot of the stuff that I've complained about in the past from symphonic metal bands. But they're usually done in semi interesting ways, at least, and this allows them to carry on with those ideas and not change the roles that they typically find themselves writing these instruments as, but to still expand on the ideas in the way that I've been hoping for since the beginning, with the bells coming in and providing this extra melody line for counterpoint, and the harp coming in at the end to provide a nice texture to the atmosphere that they wouldn't have achieved with anything else. It's just, why have we waited so long for this? Why wasn't any of this in your 13-minute epic? I'm not trying to say a band needs to be firing on all cylinders all the time. But as far as I'm concerned, they write best with a wider orchestration and have been limiting themselves compositionally because they've been restricting their instrument application. The bells, the harp, okay, the harp wasn't utilized in the song It was an isolated incident by itself as an intimate moment with a vocalist and an accompanying instrument. The bells, though, the bells should be in every song. I don't see any reason why they shouldn't be. The strings and horns were utilized more often in this track than anything else. The ratio of sections with the orchestral elements was much higher than most of the other tracks, where they get left out occasionally to have metal sections. And again, it's not a bad thing, it's just not what I've been expecting. And this song is delivering on my expectations finally, and that really excites me. I mean, we even had a moment with the vocals when we hit more of a ballady section as contrast to our faster, more driven metal sections, where we got this really nice call and response with this beautiful panning element in it as an echo sort of idea, so that even the production can get in on some neat ideas in the music. Um, and that's the thing. Like, they have the chops, but everything is so standard. It's awesome sounding, but it's not neat. And this song was neat. It had the fun ideas in it. It gave them a voice that wasn't just another symphonic metal band that happened to do things a little better. This is a band that knows how to combine classical ideas with metal. They did it so well here. It makes them Epica rather than another symphonic metal band. And just like, I just want the best for the band. I want them to be like this more often. Maybe, this is album 4 of like 8 or something. So maybe they did expand in this direction later. Maybe they started in this direction and softened up for any number of reasons. I don't know. It makes me want to go back and listen to Invisible Circles from After Forever and see if that hits me the same way it did when I was 17. Um, listen to it as best as I can with the nostalgia glasses off, as far off as I can take them, and wonder if it's still something I would enjoy on a daily. I mean, I wore that CD out, and if it was anything like this, I'm not thinking that would be the same today. But Burn to a Cinder is just so good. The Price of Freedom was a great introduction into it. I know it's called an interlude, but I honestly see it as an intro to Burn to a Cinder. It honestly probably shouldn't have been its own section, its own track, but I can see people who just want to get into Burn to a Cinder, so it's probably better to have it isolated. If you enjoy them together, it doesn't really impact you, and if you enjoy them apart, or maybe you want to skip that, you can get right to Burn to a Cinder. The Price of Freedom was a weird one for me, though, because it was a civil rights speech with this highly tense music behind it, and um, it comes at a weird place in the album, and I really wish I knew what it meant. I'm eager to get into Burn to a Cinder's lyrics because it's, well, it could mean a lot of things, but it kind of has an air of violence to it. And we've had two messages so far that violence isn't the answer, that education is. And first one was education of other people's experience. We just need to talk to our neighbors and then the division can end. And the other one was we are all humans in God's eye through the spirituality of light. And now we're back to where we were at track 2, possibly, of inciting violence to inflict change on the world around us that is, well, not great. I don't know if that's where they're going, but that's exactly what my mind thinks of. Burn to a cinder means to destroy what's in front of you to start from the ground up again. That's what that phrase means to me. And the only thing we've really talked about so far that we could apply that to is capitalism or any sort of ruling class and spirituality. And I'm not thinking they want to burn spirituality down given where we were on track 6. So like, where are we going with this? And that's kind of a weird statement to make. Well, let's hit some lyrics. All right. Burn to a cinder. Deep in the night, boundless violence will seethe with the danger. Our laws collide, not allowing another contender. When the wine drinks itself, you will burn to a cinder. We're fighting time, awaiting the answers. I'll never let them stake you down, take you down. I'll fight to find a way. Is there a way to turn the mind of our barbaric stranger? Now, Just 2 songs ago, you told me all we had to do was communicate. Eternal days awaiting for you to awake, my avenger. A cruel fate now condemns us to burn to a cinder. Are we too late, running on empty? I'll never let them stake you down, take you down. I'll find a way to fight. I'll fight to find a way out there. It must be hard. I'll never let them break you now. Forsake you now. Keep holding on. Give me answers to my prayers. We'll never hide. We'll face the glare. You're the light I see to raise the flame and blaze the fire. Give me answer to my prayers. We'll carry all the weights to bear. Give me sight to see. I know a way is there to keep the flame. Why can't I bleed with you? Forever I'll be thrown to the wolves. They'll feed on all our dreams. So it doesn't quite, I mean, as usual, it's rather quite vague. But a close person to our narrator is being punished by fire, burned at the stake. I'm getting the visuals for, but there isn't any specific description of what the punishment is. But our narrator says, you're being punished and I want to save you, but I don't know how. And by the end of it says, I can't save you. I wish I could bleed with you. I wish I could take this punishment alongside you, but I can't. Moving on. I wish I had some sort of answer for what this song was about on a more minutia level, because I feel like I'm missing something here, but I got nothing. So we're going to move on. Tides of Time. We'll probably run this into Deconstruct, and then we'll run Semblance of Liberty into Whitewater, and finish out with the 9-minute epic, Design Your Universe, A New Age Dawns Part 2. All right, let's get into this. Beautiful moment. When do the guitars come in? When will this be disrupted?
Always there to hold my hand when times were hard to understand. But now the tides of time have turned. They keep changing, seasons range, but you remain the same. A steady heart, a sun to rain. You be the light that's shining bright. High above me, autumn cold, losing hold. Where leaves meant to fall, there's meaning to all that falls. Freezing winds were stayed by warming words to touch your healing to the heart. I'll treasure every lesson learned. To the embers, fire fades, ashes pale. We belong to the call, there's a meaning to our lives.
So effortlessly shifting styles there. Yeah, the piano. So good. The piano is actually copying final ideas and mimicking them from the vocals. Yes. Yeah. Bring in that ornamental string line. Yeah, and wrap up that massive operatic singing moment with this very tasteful poppy. Ooh, so good. All right, I know I said we were gonna run them together, but that's honestly because I thought we were gonna hear more of the same. Yeah, this back end of the album, man. Okay, so Burn to a Cinder. I don't really get lyrically, but musically, it was so much more of what I wanted. And this is what I know they can do. This is what I've been asking for the whole time. There is a middle point between this phenomenally layered ballad and the heavier stuff. I think they can combine the layering technique with the metal grit. They just don't want to, and I have to accept that as a listener to the art. Um, but these are the ideas that I've heard alluded to this entire time, that I can hear elements move into these types of embellishing and complexity, and they just never did. They told me they could and withheld the hand for most of this album. And even when we brought in the guitar solo, like that was a gorgeous section. We did bring in a bit of a guitar, a metal bite, and included it in the orchestral, the classical composition. This. I want more of this. Why don't we have more of this? I'm just why. This is what frustration does to me. I can't speak anymore. Um, just why? Where? I've heard. I'm just gonna end up repeating myself. This is so good. The vocal bits, the occasional embellishment and ornamental stuff with the vocals, where we'll bring in a second line to help embellish what the first line is doing by harmonizing or putting an extra texture on it. Um, Geez, the fact that the piano line would mimic the final two or three notes from our lead line in a sort of call and response, even though they're both always playing and creating this conversation where it's almost like the piano is repeating aspects of what the vocals are saying before following up and continuing the conversation, as if to showcase both an understanding and to demonstrate that they were listening to the like the last track said, how do we communicate to people, and then they bring communication into the core aspect of this composition. This is the frustrating part. Like, there's no consistency here, and I think that's what really begins to aggravate me. I'm using that word lightly. It's a mild frustration because I feel like all the pieces are here for a phenomenal album, just to blow me away, knock my socks off. And they decided to, use a knife to make the pieces fit where they weren't intended. And while all the pieces go together, the picture is, of course, not what the puzzle's supposed to be. It's just gobbledygook. It's a mess of a picture if any of the pieces actually even fit together visually. But, the pieces all went together, so that must mean it was done right. And that's the frustration I have, is that the pieces are here and they're just not always utilized properly. And this, mixed with Burn to a Cinder on a slightly lesser note, showcase exactly what this album and this band could do, but just haven't up until this point. The way that the synths come in and the horn, and the fact that we have this beautiful chime at the beginning, the bells that show up later on in the track. I already talked about the piano with its like counterpoint and call and response simultaneously. The strings coming in both to support texturally, but also to harmonically lengthen and widen what our vocals are doing. Um, the guitar solo being extremely tasteful while still bringing in that metal edge and working so well with the music that we have here. It's just like, whenever the band isn't playing metal, their minds engage. They really unlock that next level of chakra. To call back to some lyrics from earlier, and they give us some next level stuff. But the minute that distorted guitar comes in, it's like their brains turn into monkey mode, and it's just like, ooh, metal sound good, and they stick with that. And somebody tries to put in some classical stuff, but it feels like they're being shot down, or maybe nobody wants to, or maybe they don't think they can. And it's just, the awesome writing is dictated for when there's no guitar. I mean, what's the other time that we've heard phenomenal stuff like this? Samadhi, the Prelude, the first track where we aren't metal yet. I praised every bit of the layering there. And I think this is, I mean, there's so much promise here. And we just end up not getting it as often as I would like. It is the exception to the sound on this album. But we're 2 for 2 on the back end. So, fingers crossed the next 4 tracks are just as good. Let's hit the lyrics real quick, and I think we're going to do the next 3 back to back then, unless I really have a lot of things to say about one of them, and then we'll stop. You were always there to hold my hand when times were hard to understand, but now the tides of time have turned, they keep changing. I haven't want to brought this up yet. I don't know how old they were when they made this album, but there is an extremely simple and often trying to find the right word here. This reminds me of what a lot of teenagers would write down in their poetry. The topics are interesting, but the way they're conveyed, the metaphors, the shallowness of the exploration are all very, well, I guess shallow is the word. I think someone else would probably use the word immature. I don't know if that perfectly fits, but it is a word that I think that gets the point across though. Instead of using, a surface level word, let's just, explain what it is. It's not exceptionally deep. They're interesting ideas that are just not fully explored, and the words and vocabulary used to explore them are rather simple on top of that. Now, some of this could be linguistics. I don't think English is their native language, and so I'm willing to give them a little bit of a pass on some of that. But this is like the third time we've talked about somebody needing to hold a hand, and like the idea gets across, but it's also very simple to begin with and repetitive now. There's a lack of vocabulary here. This is also the third song about needing somebody, which I know it's not a concept album, but it's so weird to have these three personal songs wedged in between all of these more grandiose concepts. It feels like a band who is stuck between the larger than life ideas that symphonic metal likes to toy with and an emo-ness that they haven't quite shed yet. Um, and you guys know I say emo-ness with a lot of love. I'm an emo boy who loves his emo music. Uh, but it feels like that at times. Like this, if we cut out some of the, I don't want to say fluff, because I don't want to imply that the music is bad, but if we cut out some of these songs to more tightly condense the themes of the album, I think we would have a more tightly paced album that is, well, by definition, more on topic. Still not a conceptual album as it doesn't tell a story, but it sticks to a theme at least. The jumping back and forth here, I think, really it weakens the album. I mean, when you have one song that says that we are all together in the light, and another song that says we just need to talk to each other to become connected as a species, and then your very next sentence is, how do I talk to somebody? How do I get them to see my side? It's like you're disrupting your own message. And that doesn't make the lyrics feel very strongly written. And that is kind of my big contention here, aside from the music not being what I expect, but I'm still enjoying it. My negativity, my criticisms about the music come after I listen to it. While the song's playing, I typically have a smile on my face. I'm nodding along. It's not bad music by any stretch of the imagination, and I would never turn this off if someone else put it on. Even if it was the entire album. Hey, do you want to listen to Design Your Universe? Not my first pick, but I don't. If you want to put it in, we'll listen to it. I don't have anything against the music, but every time we get to the lyrics, I feel completely let down. And I think part of that, especially as the album continues to progress, is that it's so all over the place. Well, let me take that back. It's not that it's all over the place, because most albums don't have a contingent theme to them, but it's that the themes are always at odds with each other. Sometimes it's we need to fix the world we're on. Sometimes it's the world sucks, so let's get to death. Sometimes it's, I don't know how we can change people's minds, and the next it's we can change people's minds by talking. Just there is no message on the album because it seems every message eventually gets contradicted. And for a band who puts so much attention to detail into their music, it's a shame to find the lyrics written so amateurly. Let's get back to the lyrics. It's not a great way to get back to. All right, so there's somebody that she always had to hold her hand. So somebody who she could be her rock, right? When times were difficult. But the tides of time have turned. They keep changing. Seasons range, but you remain the same, a steady heart, a sun to rain. You'll be the light that's shining above, high above me. Autumn gold losing hold, we were leaves meant to fall. There's a meaning to all that fades. Freezing winds were stayed by warming words. To touch your healing to the hurt, I'll treasure every lesson learned to the embers. So we've gone through all the seasons of how this person continued to be a rock for her, and keep her grounded and rooted and healthy, emotionally healthy. It says to touch your healing to the hurt. Going to assume that's mental and emotional, not physical, unless we are dealing with a supernatural being who can literally heal wounds. Fire fails, blushes pale, we will answer the call. There's a meaning to all our seeds of eulogy to sow along with dreams, fill the need that can leave us grieving alone. Frail is our beauty in the end, but all we count is sentiment. Now, this is a recurring idea that hasn't been contradicted yet, and there's a lot of concepts of death in here. Now, some of it is said more positively. We'll stay together until the end. But this one seems to be about somebody who has died, and we have a grieving friend left over, alive, to deal with this grief on their own, without their rock. A memory stays to guide the way, and whisper, don't lose sight. Don't deny we are leaves meant to fall. That's the meaning of the seeds. Oh, okay, that's the chorus. A symphony resounding in our minds guides us through what we knew would come all along. Sometimes I feel I don't have the words, sometimes I feel I'm not being heard, and then I fear I'm feeling nothing more. Sometimes I feel I don't want this change, I think we all have to rearrange, and now I feel there's no one losing me. A symphony resounding in our minds guides us through, as you hear me, as you do, as you need me, making true what we knew would come all along. So, again, this is somebody waiting for death to be reunited with a friend of theirs who has died. I'm just not a big fan of inviting death, and this is the second time on the album we've had it, where the pain and suffering of the mortal realm can be fixed by death. We can find solace, or the people we've lost, on the other side. And this is where the spiritual element begins to really clash for me on a theological level. No, not a theoretical level. From a religious angle, I get it. But life is also precious, which is a saying I've heard from many religious people, not to put that in their mouths. All religious people are different. They're all still people. It's not some sort of hive mind. But life is precious, and you're only given one shot at it, and to throw it away or to wish it be gone quicker is the feeling I get from some of these lyrics. Is just not a message I'm keen on perpetuating, and I don't know, it's really turning me off on the lyrical side. I'm tempted to just say these next 4 tracks we're doing music only on, because I'm tired of saying this song was awesome and then getting to the lyrics and just coming to not like the music. Well, coming to not like the song. I still like the music. All right, we'll see if we can run the next 3 back to back, especially since I am quite running out of time here. Let's hit it. This is Deconstruct. A positive sound. A lot of the stuff has been on the darker ends. Listen to this layering. Listen to how it's all gone, because there's a guitar now. Yeah, bringing in the choir right there for an ornamental idea, only to follow them up as harmony. Perfect way to sneak that in there. You know, I think this is the closest we're going to get to layering them, so I'm going to revel in the dual vocals. Every time those bells come in, make me happy. Beautiful choir line too, especially syncopated against our guitar line. You know, I'm not even mad that they're going to do this for like half of the song, because it's such a good section. Even better. Marry those two sounds, man. Beautiful string outro. Really great guitar line at the end there. Getting some weird System of a Down vibes for this intro. Well, kind of still a little bit. Nah, not so much anymore. just making that huge jump from the growls to the operatic. And see, yeah, this one's leaning a lot harder into the metal than the classical than our last few. And it's alright, but it's certainly making me miss the sounds that we had previously. Well, that was a fun jump. I can get behind that idea.
My opponent won't rule out raising taxes, but I will, and the Congress will push me to raise taxes.
Another soundbite.
And they'll push and I'll say no, and they'll push again and I'll say to them, read my lips.
Okay. Interesting way to end that track. Ooh, getting some real darkness in here.
silhouette, liquid that moves, skin like a pearl in the sea. I cannot resist this, her voice in the wind. But is it my eyes are deceived? Is it you I see?
Lie down in my arms. Trust what you see.
Unless I've missed something, this is one of the first non-4/4 time signatures. We got a nice little 3/4 vibe going on.
Gazing at white caps coming so close, everything suddenly clear. Numb with the aching, and still I am waiting. The water is pulling me near. Would you welcome me?
Lie down in my arms. Try not to breathe. Quiet love, you are not with me. You know
Yeah, just a gorgeous section.
For my mistakes, I am to blame. Never believed that it was so meant to fall. I give my life to have you near. Once again, take me away. Would you forgive me?
All right, our last three shorter tracks on here. Deconstruct leaned more into a combination of both sides of the music so far. Semblance of Liberty leaned into a lot more of the metal angle. There was actually very little layering going on at all, orchestral layering. It was primarily a lot of guitar and drums and even more growling than I think we've had in any other track. Then Whitewater leaned into more of the more somber side, which inherently included more of the orchestral stuff, but not quite the layering that we have heard up to the point. It's more of a stripped down ballad. A ton of variety here on the end of the album. Like I said, this back half is, I don't know if I'm just coming around to it. Finally, I'm in the right mindset. It's working for me. There's a lot of cool stuff on this side. Um, I don't think there's anything specific that I want to pull out of any of these three tracks. They've basically done more of what what Epica is great at. Their layers, their synth, not synth, string and brass stingers, the guitar riffs, uh, beautiful vocal stuff, contrast. Contrast is all over the place here. Pretty much, if I've talked about it before, they put it on display in one of these three tracks, which is very cool. They're all on the shorter side, aside from Semblance of Liberty, which did feel like it went. I feel like we heard that same chorus like 6 times. Um, but there. I think these are the three shortest tracks on the album, aside from our interlude and prelude. They certainly are, and I think it's a nice way to sort of wind down before we hit our second big epic, our 9-minute Design Your Universe, the title track. Do I want to get into the lyrics? Let's do it. Deconstruct. If we could see ourselves, the mirror would reflect insanity. Instead, we camouflage the flaws that lie within, condone the suffering we witness as we mingle casually. We need to right ourselves, or else we will derail. Yeah, okay. I'm kind of curious what their angle is on mingle casually. It sounds like a euphemism for something, and maybe I don't specifically line up with that specific line. But the idea that we are all flawed and could fix ourselves, but instead we choose to self medicate, I can completely get behind that. As somebody who self medicates with media, working on yourself is hard. And instead, we choose to not look at the mirror. We camouflage our flaws. Yeah, we need to right ourselves, or else we will derail. I can get behind this 100%. I like this opening idea. Aiming too high, you are bound to fail. Patience is a vital virtue that you'll never have. Well, that seems kind of harsh. I feel a little less now than I did a second ago. Don't force me to believe we're caught up in the greed, because I just care for me. To break it, we'll need everyone. Think it through. Unite is the only way. Okay, so we're going back to the ideas of track number 2, that there's issues out there. Here's the issues we have. Here's the plan to fix them. That plan just, it's unity. Again, we have to do this together. I'm on board. I'm glad we jumped into this. A raging tragedy ignored will have its justice finally. Distress and poverty is everyone's disease. We'll come to realize for all we've done there is a price to pay, yet hope is never lost. There always is a way. Here we go again with the the flimsy inconsistency. Hope is never lost. Yet earlier you told me that hope was just disappointment that hadn't arrived yet. I don't believe anything you say, and that really hinders my relationship to your music. I don't know why I said that as if I was talking to Epica. Trumping the game is no easy way. Enterprise and discipline will pay off in the end. If we ever could look into fate's mirror, we would never have ended up here. We're distracted by every sin committed. It could always be ever so clear. If we ever look, we would never be here. Don't force me to believe. Oh, okay. Oh, wait, no, this is different. It's a similar start. Don't force me to believe I'm never needing anyone. I only care for me, and I'm thinking through, and mine's the only way. This almost, I wonder if this is done in a different voice to dictate the path that doesn't work, because everything else in the song has said, we need each other. We're caught up in our failure. Now our union is our savior. It's the only way. So, yeah, I mean, there's a couple of lines in there that feel I can't completely commit to. But the majority of the vibe here is that we are flawed humans and we need each other to survive and get better. And yes, phenomenal message. And it lines up with the thesis statement of there's problems wrong in the world and we can't stress about them. We need to make a plan that and enact on it. And a lot of the time, consistently through the album, unity has been the guiding principle to helping us. Yes, not only do I agree with this message, it fits with your message. It doesn't have any of the edgy try hard stuff in here about hope is only, disappointment and you need to die to feel better. This is the kind of stuff I need more from on this album. Not to mention the fact that Deconstruct was a phenomenal song musically. Much like Tides of Time, I can really dig into what's going on here on a musical level, except this one actually has lyrics that I can work with. More songs like Deconstruct, please. All right, Semblance of Liberty. Born to fight and we're born to flee. Doomed to live on ecstasy. Born to lie and we're born to cheat. Look in the mirror and do you see? Born to flee and we're born to fight. Without your mask, you're terrified. Don't hide your personality. That's who you are, your identity. It's the virtues of tomorrow, 'cause the greed of today, we won't have a future nor liberty. Oh, if the virtues of tomorrow cause the greed of today, we won't have a future nor liberty. Or maybe liberté to rhyme with today. Very 90s thing. I guess 2000s also, I don't know. Born to breathe and we're born to pursue, that's all we're supposed to do. The semblance of our liberty is nothing more than slavery. I'm just going to move on. Born to flee and we're born to fight. Is it failure? That's our delight. Born to cheat and we're born to lie. Look at yourself. Have you lost your mind? If the values of tomorrow set the need on the way, we won't have a future nor liberté. Private vice leads to public virtue. Followed by laughter. Okay, so I think they're poking fun at this because it's in quotations. So I know there were some sound bites in here. Maybe this was a sound bite I missed. But I think that they're laughing at the ridiculousness of that. Because honestly, I think that's ridiculous. Private vice leads to public virtue. Raised to think that we are free, living in our cages, being slaves, we lost control of our lives at the mercy of the waves, of massive waves. Blind to see what's going on, conditioned as we are, we lost control of our greed, but now we face it all. And see, pairing this with some of the other things we've seen, I think it was Deconstruct had mentioned personal sin. And this one is kind of leaning into that as well. It kind of is, it feels to me like it's leaning into the same ideas we had on Resign to Surrender, which was that, at least in my mind, the ruling class of capitalism and greed were ruining the world. But I wonder if that song was not about capital greed, but about sins of greed, of personal greed, not capital, and that we were destroying our own future because we are sinful, which is where I think this is going. A lot of this, I feel like, could be read that humanity as a whole is greedy and it's going to ruin our future, and that leads me to think about stuff like climate change and how corporate greed is affecting that. But there's other lines with the words of we that make me think this is more of a personal greed and that us sinning is what's ruining the world. And all of this has been distorted because of Kingdom of Heaven, that one song. And like, I feel like a lot of these songs are purposefully vague so that they could be read in a secular or religious perspective. Most of them, anyways. You kind of put in, you get out of it what you put into it. But they have one explicitly spiritual song that distorts my relationship to all of it because I can't see it in a secular view anymore. And that's not bad, but it just causes me to not connect with the lyrics as strongly as I think they want me to. raised to think that we are free living in our cages. Keep all that we've created and consuming all that's possible, reaching deep into temptation, nothing can stop us. See the first two lines. Keeping what we've created and consuming all that's possible. That could very easily be attributed to capitalism. Continuing to take and consume the natural resources of the world. And then it says reaching deep into temptation. And without track 6, I'd just say, okay, they're tempted by greed. But now, because of track 6, I feel like they're saying they're tempted by sin. This is a personal greed, not a capital one. But then we move into the next line. Guarantee our hard-earned profits, multiply tenfold if possible, reaching out for new redemption, nothing avails our needs. And I'm like, yeah, maybe this is condemning capital greed. But if so, then it's kind of opposing some of the other messages in the album, which is that the world is ephemeral and a short part of our time, and we really should just be hastening towards the next phase of our existence because it's better and won't be flawed, and we'll be able to see the people we want, and we won't be plagued by foggy minds. The album wants to have its cake and eat it too, and I'm not willing to do that. I'm going to call it out every time it contradicts itself. So then we get to a George W.H. Bush quote. My opponent won't rule out raising taxes, but I will. And the Congress will push me to raise taxes, and I'll say no, and they'll push, and I'll say no, and they'll push again. And I'll say to them, read my lips. Now, what's really interesting, and I didn't get to pull this up because I didn't think it was too important. I just said that it was a social, a civil rights speech. But the lyrics stated it was Malcolm X in The Price of Freedom, talking about civil rights for black people in America. And now we have an American would-be president. I think at the time he was running for presidency. And it really makes me curious why there's so many U.S. political sound bites in this album. Especially this one about not raising taxes. They seem to be very happy that there's a politician who doesn't want to raise taxes. And like, I have my own reasons for not wanting to raise taxes in the US, but I believe in taxes. The concept of them. I don't believe in my tax money being put towards the military engine because we spend 10 times more than even China. So, I mean, like 90% of my taxes go to the military. That's not something I like to know is being funded by my money. But the idea of funding social services, I am 100% behind. I don't mind raising taxes if it improves infrastructure, if it improves the education system. Any number of things that social services are supposed to be there for. But at least in my experience in my county, my local taxes, they don't go to any of that. And my federal taxes, I know where they go, and I'm not happy with that either. So that's just my experience, though. What is it about Epica that would make them want to quote an American would-be president not wanting to raise taxes? Why is that in this song? I mean, the other message of the song is that we shouldn't let greed dictate our future or we won't have a future. But to me, that's greed. It's people who don't want to have their taxes raised want to keep the money for themselves. They don't want to put it towards social services to help their neighbor. That to me is greedy. People are going to be down on their luck. Heck, you might be the one down on your luck in a few years. You don't know. you're going to need social services sometime. People who do everything right and save every single penny and have a 401k and insurance and all that, all it takes in America is one bad illness and the medical bills will wipe you out. Entire retirement savings gone in 3 months. Happens all the time. And this is supposed to be the virtue of tomorrow. The liberty we're fighting for is the ability to pocket every penny we can. Which seems like a very American standpoint. Don't get me wrong. That is certainly a viewpoint I hear a lot in this country, well, more specifically in my area. Um, but I don't understand why Epica is parroting it. Is taxation really bad over there? Do they even like this album's making me think that they live in America and that they deal with American politics often. Is that true? I know that they don't. Their origin is what is it? The band's origin isn't from America. That's a weird way to word that. The people in the band aren't from America to begin with, at least not according to the Wikipedia page, but they seem to be very interested in American politics. I don't I'm just really curious. I don't understand its inclusion here. Oh, and that's how the song ends. Hmm. Well, then we go on to White Waters, which, as far as I can remember, was very repetitive. Oh, there's only 5 stanzas, too. I see a silhouette, liquid that moves, skin like a pearl in the sea. These are very strange metaphors. I cannot resist this, her voice in the wind, but is it my eyes are deceived? Is it you I see? Lie down in my arms, trust what you see, smooth your brow, you will be with me to find your relief. Gazing at white caps coming so close, everything's suddenly clear, numb with the aching, and still I am waiting. The water is pulling me near. Would you welcome me? Lie down in my arms, try not to breathe. Quiet love, you are now with me. Try not to breathe. You need no words to speak. For my mistakes, I am to blame. Never believe that it was all meant to fall. I'd give my life to have you near once again. Take me away, would you forgive me? This almost sounds, because there's been, what, 2 songs now about losing somebody that a good friend or something, and wanting to be with them again. And this sounds like the inverse, where the person has been lost and they're on the other side of the veil and they think they see their friend who they know should still be alive. Do my eyes deceive me? And saying, hey, I made mistakes. I was to blame for some of this. And the clarity that I would assume one would have when they are on the other side and they can look at their life objectively rather than, the subjectivity of living it. That's what this feels like to me, but there's so many strange metaphors in here and it continuously shifts. It's very convoluted, at least to me. Maybe it's clear to other people, but I don't know what's going on here. Beautiful music though. And so we finally arrive at our final track on this album. I know there's like 7 more tracks on the deluxe edition, but as usual when you do these, I'm only looking at the original runs. Much like director's cuts with film, it's kind of hit and miss. Sometimes expanded editions do completely expand on the original idea with cut content that does help with the songs, I mean, with an album's themes or anything like that. But occasionally it's also B-side stuff that was cut for a reason and is now kind of just bonus featured stuff where maybe they do share themes with the album, but they just don't support it as strongly. So being that it's hit and miss, I run with the original. And that's what we're going to do today. We're going to wrap this up. Design Your Universe. A New Age Dawns, Part 6. Let's hit it and see what's going on. I think that's the first time we've heard harmonics on this. Ooh, I like that line. Yeah, really great on the soundtrack side of stuff. Oh man, the little shaker embellishments? Yes, give me more of that. What a funky way to wrap this album up. Got kind of like a new metal idea going on. Whiplash, anyone? Just like, wow. Ooh. That was so big on the low end. It rumbled my headphones. Very epic sounding. Such a weird transition though. You know, the little bit of bass presence here reminds me that we haven't really had any strong bass ideas since like track 3, when it got a whole verse to have that really funky slap pop idea. So good. It really needs some bells though. Why aren't the bells here? Oh, they kind of are. They're very sparse though. There really needs to be a faster line to contrast that, though. Just like an eighth note run on the bells. Very Evanescence moment, which is interesting. I've never drawn that similarity at all on the album, which is a good thing. You know, I'm really coming around on these really rigid halftime feels. They work so well in the context of this track. Really fun idea transpiring between the strings and brass, including the placement of them. Like the production element's really great as well. Yeah, okay.
Confront us with a weakness. Can't evade. Show us now. We have a sense.
It's really interesting because I don't think we've heard her voice like that at all. That was a very meek style, not a lot of air pressure there. In fact, we even heard a couple of syllables where the vocals broke, like where where the note itself didn't actually come through completely and sort of just cracked a little, and we got a little bit of that whispering there. And so, everything we've heard so far, though, is either these powerful pop forward placed vocals or maybe a little bit of the full bodied whimsical style, and of course, her very powerful operatic vocals. And so, it's interesting then to hear that final style there to end the album, which is an interesting choice. It ends on I don't even know if like vulnerability in a type, but also weakness, like everything was given, which is kind of lining up with some of the themes, possibly. But we got to talk about the chorus. Um, Absolutely loved that. So good. Just the halftime feel in the drums and the rigid attacks on everything else. We got a variation of it halfway through the song, but it was good, but it was missing that X factor. And of course, it's the strings and the choir and all of this stuff. Just this really powerful vibe there, and I absolutely love that. We heard it 3 times with no variation on it, and I'm probably could have listened another time. It was really great. And usually, I'm usually tired of things so repetitive, but honestly, after such a beginning of an album that didn't work so well for me, it was really nice just to be able to get that fantastic ending idea there and just really jam with it in a way that worked for me. Aside from the chorus, though, there wasn't really anything here that was that different from anything we've heard before. We did have a new growl type, harsh vocal maybe, that was interesting. Everything else was much like the last 3 tracks, leaning into what they've done so far and really nailing it. I could have used a bit more of the orchestral layering on this track to wrap up the album, but I am accepting that that is just not the style of this album. We get a couple of touches on that. We get an entire song devoted to it, but it's it's a small part of their sound, and I'm happy that we got what little of it was there. I do hope that if we check out Epica again, we'll be able to hear more stuff like that. That is to say, I hope that they lean into that more on future albums or even older albums. I don't really care if they grew out of it or if they grew into it. I just want to hear this style with more of that layering. So that's really cool. And the moment we've all been waiting for, to wrap up these lyrics. We're blind and eager, avarice will set us back to blank. Those who wager all will have to name a reason. If you can't let go, you will end up empty handed. If you can't control, you'll live your life in vain. Who decides about my time to come? Who is able to break through the cycle of life and doom? Interesting word choice there. The pre-chorus says, "Don't look back, keep on track to break the curse." There's another one of our interline rhymes. We rhyme back from the end of the first line with track in the middle of our second line. Don't look back, keep on track to break the curse, take the chance, design your universe. The chorus says, "We can't undo what we have done, so show us now what we've become. Confront us with our viciousness and our weakness. We can't evade our destiny, so show responsibility, for we all surely have a sense of our consciousness." Verse 2 says, "To take for taking's sake will leave a path of loss and strain. An endless breaking of faith can warrant acts of treason." I'm not going to turn that around. And then we have who decides about what's true or false? Who's able to sift through the treasure from the flukes? We do another pre-chorus and chorus. The time has come, we have to see that total wisdom is in reach. The time has come to color in the lines. We must identify the signs. So that's an interesting line there. Because a lot of what this album has been about, as far as the songs that I feel work within the thesis statement, of looking around and seeing where the problems are and trying to fix them, to think outside of the what is the status quo, right? That's kind of the idea here, is to see what life is like and to realize it's not perfect, and to say maybe if we tried something different and we think outside the lines a little, we can improve things. And there's been at least 2 songs, 3 songs maybe, of pushback on that. Yeah, we don't want to improve things. We like our greed the way it is, and the songs are about how greed are going to destroy us. But the idea so far has been finding finding information beyond the norm, thinking outside the box, uh, almost a little bit of self-thought maybe. I don't know if any song has explicitly stated that, but just kind of going against the grain, right? Not all of the songs, for sure. There's some love songs in here that I don't think support this idea, and I still think that they should be removed to more concisely lead into the design your universe angle. But even that right there, don't accept the universe you're given, think outside the bounds and make your own. And then it says that, total wisdom's in reach. It's time for us to color inside the lines. And like, that is the exact opposite message. Coloring inside the lines is when you do what you're told, it's when you accept the reality you're given. It's not when you design your own universe. Just so many people are full of hate while love and light are in their reach. So many people will harm themselves, but life can be so beautiful. Life can be beautiful. So why do we have 2 songs about waiting for death? So many people will idolize while their own success is in their reach. Don't forget you're able to design your own universe. Find your balance, sink into rumination. And we got some Latin here. Let's pull this up. You will get nothing by refusing to see. You explain nothing without understanding. You don't see the unknown. Wait, no, that's not what I copied. How about we try this again and we actually paste? There we go. You will find yourself, power of the worlds. Okay. We do our chorus again and our outro. We can't undo. Show us now. Confront. Oh, it's just the first couple of syllables from the chorus. I think it's trying to sum up everything we've done so far that is pertaining to our thesis, the idea of designing your universe, of thinking outside the box and realizing that you can make your own reality, or if nothing else, influence your reality, and pointing out that there will be hurdles, but you should do it anyways because there is reward in that. It kind of, like I said, summarizes everything else. This is the song that says, let's take a little bit of every song's theme and bring it together to wrap it all back into our prologue. But it kind of contradicts some of the messages within the album as well. And that just reminds me that the album wants to say one thing and doesn't always say it. In fact, sometimes contradicts itself, and it's just really difficult to take anything they say at face value because any stance or position could be nullified in the next song, sometimes even in the next line. And that brings me to how I feel about this album as a whole. It has a ton of potential. I love a majority of the messages in here. I love a ton of the moments in here. But like my puzzle analogy previously, the parts are there. They're just not arranged in the right order. And that's even putting aside the fact that some of the music doesn't work for me. I don't even care about that. I could learn to enjoy the music if the message was delivered in a way that resonated with me. In fact, the music might have been more palatable to my ears if I resonated with the message. There's a lot of music, harsher music, especially in the last year that I've explored, that probably would not have been something I dug into previously. But somebody explained, what the purpose of the album was, and I'm like, that's a message I can get into, and I ended up enjoying the music. Part of that might have just been completely informed by the lyrics. I still don't know what the lyrics are, I just know what the general themes are, and just enjoying it on that level helped me get into the music, and now I listen to stuff that's a bit heavier than I would have last year. Um, and so there's a chance that the music would, I mean, the more traditional metal sections wouldn't be as grating on me if I could dig the lyrics that were going on. Um, and it's just, the album just doesn't come together for me. I can definitely see why this would be a favorite of people's. Um, Epica is a talented band. There's some really great stuff in here. And if you don't dig too deeply, it even has a really good theme and message to it. I think my problem is it doesn't stand up to scrutiny. And in all fairness, most people aren't going to scrutinize a metal album. And most people are coming into it as metal heads, not as classical heads. So their perspective on the ratio of classical elements to metal will be probably completely different than mine. The metal plus idea that I keep utilizing will be a bonus and not too much of a negative. I felt there was too much metal in here, but I'm sure someone who enjoys metal would find that it's a perfect mix. So I think that's what I want to walk away with this one from. I hope you can look at the reactions I had and saw the joy while listening to the songs, despite the criticism I had during the analyses sections. I do really enjoy the album. I enjoy listening to it, and there's quite a few songs on here I would not mind putting on myself. But because I came to the album the way I did, because of my relationship to the sounds it utilizes for its most foundational concepts, and because I dug too closely into the lyrics, and treated the album as a concept album, even though it's not, but it kind of is. There's a lot of songs on here that are all connected by theme, that's connected by concepts. It's a conceptual album, at least half of it is. Um, but because of these things, I'm walking away with a little bit of a sour taste despite my enjoyment of the album in the moment. If I would have listened to this casually, without lyrics, as I typically listen to first times I listen to an album, I probably would have a much better view on it after a first listen. But I am glad I got to dig into it. And those are my thoughts on Epica's Design Your Universe. What did you think of it? Did you enjoy it or not? What did you think of my analysis and reaction towards it? Is there anything you want to correct me on? Anything you want to add on to what I said? Do you agree with me? Do you disagree with me? Let me know in the comments. Above the comment section is a description box, and there's a link for Linktree. It's going to take you to this menu right here, which has links for everything related to the channel. You can find multiple ways to support the channel, a link to the Discord community, a link to the music I've made, and so much more. Above that, as usual, please like, subscribe, and ring the bell. All right, that wraps it up for today. Patrons tomorrow, 11 a.m. EST, 4 p.m.? Yes, 4 p.m. UTC. I don't usually do UTC for live stream, so I had to think about it. Live stream though. Everyone else, I'll be back Monday with the new theme, more special selections, and Monday or Tuesday we'll have the live stream available for public viewing. Until next time, remember to be critical, not cynical of the music you listen to. Yeah, don't be, I was a bit cynical here. All right, I was not the best role model for not being cynical today. I will do better from now on, I promise. I'm human, and as we explored, humans are flawed creatures, and we should accept that. Also, we should do better. It's a little of both, isn't it? I like that message. That was what track was that? That was Deconstruct, wasn't it? I really liked that. Was such a good song, musically, lyrically. Like that was the total package. I wish all 13 tracks were like Deconstruct. Anyways, I'm rambling again. Be critical, not cynical. And remember to have a fantastic morning, afternoon, or evening whenever you choose to watch my videos.